Chapter 705. Countless spiritual energy swarmed over, and a powerful spiritual energy storm formed in the square. Countless palm shadows pressed down on the cauldron, and the spiritual energy was squeezed into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's spiritual energy instantly enveloped the cauldron to prevent the essence from spilling out. Bang! An earth-shattering sound resounded, and the powerful energy was like a sudden clap of thunder. The explosion caused the square to shake, and cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the formation in the sky above the square. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. They held their breaths and stared at the slender figure in the square to see if he was still alive. After all, it contained the terrifying energy of a Grade 7 Beast Core and an Emperor Core. When the two energies were combined, it could blast almost any holy master into pieces, and it could also seriously injure an Emperor Stage cultivator. Gu Li and Gu Jiaojiao were extremely nervous. They both wanted to rush up to see if Ling Xiao was all right. He failed. A muffled voice sounded in the sky. The 10 judges on the spectator stand all revealed different expressions. Some were regretful, some were disdainful, and some were glad. Ha ha, I knew it was impossible. Now even he was killed. Ji Chen, who was standing not far away, laughed and mocked. He had remembered Ling Zhao's arrogance. Now that he saw Ling Xiao fail, he was naturally delighted. Alas, what a pity! The Yen clan member sighed softly. Ha ha, he forced himself to do it. It's not courage, it's stupidity. Hua Chen smiled faintly, and his face was filled with disdain. Qin Zi just frowned slightly, and her eyes were fixed on the gradually disappearing smoke in the square. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar soared into the sky, and the shadow of a golden dragon seemed to break out of the ground and soar into the sky. The majestic true dragon gave people a feeling that it could shock the world. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They almost couldn't help but kneel down and worship the golden dragon. At this moment, everyone saw the tall and slender figure in the field clearly. He was like a mountain, and his feet were planted into the ground. The clothes on his upper body had been blasted into pieces, revealing his strong and perfect golden muscles. He's actually fine. He's really lucky. This person's strength is too strong. Such a terrifying explosion almost destroyed the defensive light curtain, but he's still fine. That golden dragon image seems to be condensed by him. Who is this person? Is he that first emperor-level expert Ling Xiao? I heard that the first emperor Ling Xiao also has the aura of a golden dragon. Could it really be the same person? But, wasn't the first emperor-level expert just an earthly emperor? Did he break through 2 levels in such a short period of time? What's on his head? The pill's energy is still there. The ethereal voice rang out once again, its tone filled with astonishment. Once again, the judges on the spectator stands revealed expressions of shock. The elders who came to watch the ceremony also revealed looks of disbelief. He was actually able to preserve the essence energy after the explosion. This child is truly extraordinary. The Medicine Gate elder sighed. The Pill faction elder nodded and said, yes, even if he failed, he should still be given a certain amount of points. If he had a medicinal cauldron now, perhaps he could condense the pill again, the Yen clan elder hypothesized. Yes. Why don't we give him a medicinal cauldron? Gu Longxing seized the opportunity to say. Unfortunately, no one responded to his words. Ling Zhao's entire body was covered with layers of glazed dragon scales. Golden blood was already flowing out of the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the explosion had caused quite a bit of damage to him. However, he still stood firmly and didn't collapse. Both his feet were embedded in the ground, and both his palms were still stretched out. On top of his palms, there was a ball of pure energy wrapped in a blue flame. It didn't dissipate. Condense again. Ling Zhao's expression looked as if he had gone mad. He roared again, and the power between his palms kept surging out. The spiritual power in the surroundings once again pressed down on that ball of pure energy. Ling Xiao also sent out his spiritual power without reservation, and the range of that energy became smaller and smaller. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out. A blue light blossomed above Ling Xiao, and a terrifying aura sent Ling Xiao flying far away. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of thick golden blood. It was incomparably strange. Did he fail? Ling Xiao muttered as he lay on the ground. Everyone else had the same thought. They also wanted to know the final result. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, streaks of azure light appeared in the dusky sky, dyeing the sky with a moving radiance. The dazzling azure light was like sunlight shining down, and it carried a rich vitality. Although it was a bit dazzling when it shone on everyone's bodies, it made them feel exceptionally comfortable. Everyone stared blankly at the azure light that filled the sky, and their eyes revealed expressions of worship. This is a true heaven and earth anomaly, azure light filling the sky. What a refreshing feeling. It's as if this azure light is like a hot spring, and it's very comfortable. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so abnormal. The cauldron has been destroyed, but he can still condense medicinal pills. Is he still human? Condensing pills in the void. Isn't this something that only alchemy saint can do? Could it be that he's already an alchemy saint? It seems like the first place will belong to him this time. When the green light gradually dissipated, there were 2 green pills floating in the place where Ling Xiao was just a moment ago. The pills were surrounded by a green light, and at the same time, they emitted bursts of beautiful fragrance, making everyone salivate. They couldn't wait to immediately rush over and grab the 2 pills in their hands. Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. He looked at the 2 pills, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a captivating smile. Fortunately, I didn't waste too much. Ling Xiao smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 pills instantly flew into his palm. Feeling the warm energy within the 2 pills, Ling Xiao knew that his hard work had paid off. How could he have succeeded? Ji Chen murmured with a look of disbelief. Beside him, Yan Zhen also revealed a wry smile, and at the same time, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Too abnormal. But, one day I will surpass you. Hua Chen, who was not far away, did not say anything, but there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. On the other hand, Qin Zi, who was standing beside him, burst into laughter. Hee, I've finally met a man who can move my heart. Big brother boss. He succeeded. Gu Jiaojiao grabbed her big brother Gu Li's hand and said excitedly. Gu Li looked at Ling Xiao in admiration and said, "That's right, Master Ling always surprises people like this. He really is a genius in alchemy, and I'm afraid that no one in this generation can surpass him." Even in the previous generation, it was difficult to find a few alchemists as outstanding as him. He's a level 7 apotheosis. Ling Xiao walked to the viewing platform, and just as he was about to hand over the pills to the medicine school elder, a figure appeared out of nowhere and quietly snatched away the pills in Ling Xiao's hand. Bastard! Ling Xiao was shocked. He did not expect that someone would dare to snatch his pills in front of everyone in the hall. Moreover, the person had done so secretly that he did not even have time to react. He cried out in shock and mercilessly punched the figure. He had gathered all his strength in this punch, and he must kill the person with one punch. Bang! Unfortunately, when his punch landed on the other party's palm, it was as if he had punched something soft, and his strength was completely dissipated. Ling Xiao did not have much time to think. Just as he was about to start extrapolating his pocket world, the medicine school elder's voice rang out. Ling Xiao, stop! He's the supervising elder. The supervising elder? Ling Xiao was stunned. He steadied his aura and looked at the figure who had stopped beside him. At this moment, the 10 judges on the judging platform respectfully greeted the figure. Greetings to the supervising elder. Next to Ling Xiao was a stooped old man. His face was covered with wrinkles and his body was so thin that it seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He held the 2 pills that Ling Xiao had given him in his shriveled hand, and his eyes shone brilliantly. He murmured, "A wood elemental supreme grade mystic the arch pill. From its appearance, it does not look rusty at all. It is round, smooth, and as translucent as jade. Just from this alone, one can tell that it is a superior elixir. The color of the pill is incomparably rich and vibrant. The energy of the spirit herbs, the beast core, and the arch pill are all perfectly fused together. Furthermore, it can be condensed into 2 elixirs at once. Impressive. Truly impressive." When the judges heard the supervising elder's evaluation, they knew that the elixirs in Ling Xiao's hands were genuine 7th grade elixirs. Moreover, they were of the highest grade. The results of this competition were self-evident. The supervising elder raised his old eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been stripped naked in front of the supervising elder. It was as if he had no secrets left to hide. What a terrifying gaze. It's actually like Master Evil Emperor, giving me an unshakable feeling. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Of course, he didn't think that this old man was as powerful as his Master Evil Emperor. It was just that his current realm was not high enough. He was unable to touch the power of a higher realm, nor could he feel how strong this old man was. Brat, good job. The supervising elder praised him, then threw the pill back to Ling Xiao. Then he said, "Are you willing to join the Dan Alliance? This old man can guarantee that you will be able to enter. In the future, you will be able to enjoy all kinds of refining materials." Boom. The expressions of the surrounding people all changed. None of them thought that the old man who suddenly appeared would actually invite Ling Xiao to join the Dan Alliance, and even offer such attractive conditions. If it were any of them, they would have immediately agreed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it was also an opportunity that all the sects and families would fight for. Ugh. We'll talk about this later. You guys should give me a score first. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said to the medicine sect elder and the others. Chapter 706. Ling Xiao's words almost caused the surrounding people to faint from anger. Most of the spectators were from the alchemy sects or aristocratic families, and most of them were here for the Dan Alliance's ranking. Once they could enter the top 10 of the Dan Alliance, the resources they would receive would come rolling in. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives to fight for the rankings in this competition? Now that Ling Xiao had the power to guarantee that he would join the Dan Alliance and become a member of the Dan Alliance forever, he actually agreed to it without tears of gratitude. This really made them curse in their hearts. What an untactful fellow! The supervising elder had personally come out to test the pill. Could it be that the first place would be yours? But even so, this result still had to be announced. The medicine sect elder looked at the supervising elder and asked, "Supervising elder, since you have come out, this score should be decided by you." The supervising elder had a very high position in the Dan Alliance. Although he rarely participated in the affairs of the Dan Alliance, his words always represented the will of the Dan Alliance. Even the old sect master in their sect respected him very much, as the supervising elder was the legendary Saint Alchemist. The Saint Alchemist was one of the few in the continent, and every single one of them had a great honor. No one would easily provoke the anger of such an existence. The supervising elder did not mind Ling Xiao being like this. Right now, no matter how he looked, he felt that Ling Xiao was pleasing to the eye. It would be best if such a talent could be recruited into the Dan Alliance. Furthermore, he had a little unknown relationship with Ling Xiao. The Gu clan's representative, Ling Xiao, has refined 2 top-grade wood attribute Emperor Xiandan S. The quality is excellent, and should be the champion of this competition, bestowing a 7th grade alchemist badge. As for the score, I feel that it doesn't matter how many points he has, because his pellets are quite perfect, making it impeccable. Any peak would attribute Sky Sovereign or half-martial Emperor would not find it difficult to break through to the Emperor stage, the supervising elder said faintly. He paused for a moment before continuing. No matter how many points you give him, it would be disrespectful to him, but since he represents the Gu clan, then he must have points to be ranked in the top 10 of this year's members. 100 points. This number seemed to have struck everyone's hearts, causing them to be in disbelief. This was the first time in history that an alchemist with full marks appeared. However, they also felt that the score was very reasonable. If it were them, they would probably give it 200 or 300 points. Who asked Ling Xiao to display such amazing alchemy skills, and the medicinal pills he condensed were of such superb quality. This Ling Xiao's alchemy method is too powerful, 100 points is not too much. That makes sense. He's actually condensing a pill out of thin air. That's simply inconceivable. I really wonder who his master is. He might be a disciple of a certain Grandmaster Yin. The central region is so vast, so there's bound to be some old freaks who don't show themselves. It would be great if I could become Master Ling's disciple. In the future, I would be satisfied with just half of his abilities. Master Ling is so handsome. How great would it be if I could marry him? Hearing this score, Gu Longxing, Gu Li, and Gu Jiaojiao almost wanted to scream. Ling Xiao's performance was so outstanding. Then their Gu family would benefit even more in the next few years. How could they not be excited? Even if it's 100 points, I won't add a few more points. This old man is too stingy. He even managed to condense 2 pills at the same time. Ling Xiao was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. All right, the score has been evaluated. Are you willing to join the Dan Alliance and become an elder of our Dan Alliance? The supervising elder asked again. I think we should talk about such a serious matter in private when we have time. With so many people here that I'll feel embarrassed. Ling Xiao scratched his head, revealing a bit of shyness. He couldn't hastily agree. He had to think about this matter carefully before deciding. After all, this was related to his lifelong event, so he couldn't be careless. The supervising elder did not expect Ling Xiao to actually hesitate, and a hint of praise appeared in his eyes. He only lightly nodded his head. Then think about it carefully before coming to the Alchemist Guild to find me. With that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the plaza. Just as the supervising elder left, Gu Longxing impatiently walked in front of Ling Xiao and said, Master Ling, how can you reject the supervising elder's good intentions? How many people wish to enter the Dan Alliance, and you actually still have to consider it? Aya, quickly follow me to the Alchemist Guild and agree to the supervising elder's request. As the arbitrator of the Dan Alliance, Gu Longxing was well aware of the benefits of joining the Dan Alliance. Of course, he did not want Ling Xiao to miss this opportunity. Moreover, their Gu family had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao contributed to the Dan Alliance in the future and gained a foothold in the Dan Alliance, their Gu family would also have a strong helper. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, We'll talk about this later, let's quickly distribute the rewards. Gu Longxing still wanted to say something, but when he saw the determination in Ling Xiao's eyes, he swallowed his words. All right, today we have witnessed the birth of a great young alchemist. He is the Gu family's representative, Ling Xiao. In this year's pill gathering, he has obtained first place. Medicine sect Hua Chen is second. Pill sect's Qin Zi is third. Yen clan's Yen Zhen is fourth. The medicine sect elder began to announce. The surrounding alchemists could not help but exclaim the name Ling Xiao. The bustling scene had reached its peak. Ling Xiao's reward was a spatial ring. He did not pay attention to what was inside, but there was also a 7-star badge, which represented his current status as a Tier 7 alchemist. Now, no matter where he went, he would become a guest of honor of the various sections. If the title of First Emperor made him famous in the central region, then the title of first place in this year's pill gathering allowed him to squeeze into the ranks of those with high statuses in the central region. Even a generous force would have to give him some face. After the rewards were announced, other than Wan Yanlai who quietly left, the other 9 of the 10 judges all came forward to congratulate Ling Xiao. Great Master Ling is truly young and promising. We old fellows all feel ashamed. The medicine sect elder took the lead and said. The pill sect elder also said, That's right, Great Master Ling is only 50 years old, but he has already reached such a level of attainment in the art of alchemy. This is truly worthy of celebration. That's right, Great Master Ling. I am Miao Tai from the Heaven Returning sect. Please take more photos in the future. Great Master Ling. I am Yen Yong from the Yen clan. If you need our Yen clan's help in the future, just say the word. Ling Xiao only smiled and responded a few times. He wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. He really did not want to get entangled with these old things, especially when the pill sect elder said that he was only 50 years old. It made him feel extremely wronged. He thought to himself unhappily, This young master is not even 30 years old, okay? You made me sound so old. How can I live? Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, a loud and clear voice rang out. Great Master Ling, please wait. A middle-aged man squeezed out from the crowd. He had a determined look, thick eyebrows, big eyes, wide shoulders, and a broad body. He was the type of man who had the strength of a middle-stage Empyrean. Ling Xiao looked at the person in confusion. He swore that he had never seen this person before. I wonder if Great Master Ling can sell your top-grade Emperor Xian Dan to me. I am the steward of the Jianghu City Auction House, Elder Su. Elder Su said respectfully to Ling Xiao. Elder Su? Ling Xiao sized up the middle-aged man. His gaze paused for a moment on his lower body, and thought disdainfully. It's not as long as a bullwhip. I don't plan to sell it for the time being. Ling Xiao replied. Great Master Ling, you have 2 top-grade Emperor Xian Dan. There's no harm in selling one to me. I can give you 10 million high-grade profound crystals and 3 stalks of low-level 7 spirit grass. How about it? Su Zhang tempted. As soon as he finished speaking, A few people hurried over. Great Master Ling, sell it to me. I will give you 12 million high-grade profound crystals and 4 stalks of low-level 7 spirit grass. Great Master Ling, I offer 15 million high-grade profound crystals and 4 stalks of low-level 7 spirit grass. Great Master Ling, I offer 20 million high-grade profound crystals and 3 stalks of low-level 7 spirit grass. These people were all heavenly venerables. Looking at their rich and overbearing manner, they must be stewards of some big city's auction houses or elders of some sections. If they obtained a top-grade Emperor Xiandan, it could increase the reputation and income of the auction house, or it could be given to their respective elders to help them break through to the Emperor stage and increase their own strength. If it was an ordinary Emperor Xiandan, it would not be worth it for them to spend so much money. But a top-grade Emperor Xiandan was different. Apart from helping a peak heavenly venerable or a half-emperor to break through to the Emperor stage, it could also help any Emperor stage expert advance by 1 level. Its value was almost 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary Emperor Xiandan. This was the reason why they were going crazy over it. Their frantic bids attracted the attention of many people. Those people also squeezed over. Some of them wanted to buy the supreme grade mystic the Arch Elixir, while others just wanted to admire Ling Xiao's glory. I'm sorry, everyone. I still have other uses for the supreme grade mystic the Arch Elixir. I have no intention of selling it. Please make way. Ling Xiao was surrounded by these people, and many of them even took the opportunity to grope his body. He really could not take it anymore. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to fight his way out and return to the Gu family's residence. In Ling Xiao's eyes, this top-grade Emperor Xiandan was worth more than that. One of them was naturally for Lu Kun to use to break through to the Emperor stage, while the other one had other uses. When he returned to the Gu family, Gu Li and Gu Jiaojiao had already returned. They had already brought the news that Ling Xiao had won first place to the others. At this moment, everyone came out to welcome Ling Xiao at the door. Lu Kun was the first to rush out. He bowed and said, "Congratulations to young master for winning first place this time." At this moment, he could not hide the excitement in his heart. As long as his young master was happy and gave him the top-grade Emperor Xiandan, he would be able to become an emperor. Congratulations, young Master Ling. Li Shui also stepped forward and said. Yao Qingmin hugged Ling Xiao's arm happily. She looked as if she could not wait for Ling Xiao to immediately pluck her. Bing Ruoshui, Yi Yunfeng, and the Gu family also offered their congratulations. When they returned to the hall, they did not immediately give the top-grade Emperor Xiandan to Lu Kun. Instead, they made him spread a piece of news. This news would also be the beginning of Ling Xiao's gathering of forces. Chapter 707. The news that the Gu clan's representative, Ling Xiao, had won first place spread throughout the medicine capital the next day. This was the first time in the last 10,000 years that the medicine school had missed out on first place. Ling Xiao instantly became the focus of every discussion in the medicine capital. Have you heard? That Gu clan's representative, Ling Xiao, actually won the first place in this year's pill gathering. He only used a single set of medicinal herbs to refine 2 supreme-grade emperor pills at the same time, suppressing the 2 monstrous geniuses of the medicine sect, Hua Chen and Dan Zong. The 2 of them had refined the mystic the Arch Elixir of the wind and thunder elements. Unfortunately, compared to Master Ling Xiao, they're still lacking. Yesterday's strange phenomena appeared one after another. Was the green light that filled the sky caused by Master Ling? That's right. I was watching from afar. The green light lasted for dozens of breaths before disappearing. All right, I also heard that Master Ling Xiao and the newly born first emperor, Ling Xiao, are the same person. It can't be, right? How can this great Master Ling Xiao be so abnormal? The first emperor-level expert is already very arrogant, but he actually snatched the first place in the elixir meeting competition. By the way, I just heard another piece of news. Master Ling is recruiting followers, and anyone who has reached the peak of the heavenly venerable stage or half the arch stage in the wood element can try. If Master Ling takes a liking to them, they will be rewarded with a top-grade mystic the arch pill. Is this for real? Master Ling is actually so forthright? Why is the news different? I heard that Master Ling is recruiting followers in large numbers. Anyone who is willing to be loyal to him can try. If he takes a liking to them, they'll be heavily trained. Is there such a good thing? I'm an earthly sovereign. I wonder if Master Ling will take a liking to me. Don't embarrass yourself. He only recruits followers who are at least at the celestial venerable level. In the Wanyan clan's territory, Wanyan Lai, Wanyan Kong, and the others gathered together. Didn't you say that your plan would be foolproof? Wanyan Lai stared at Wanyan Kong and shouted. After the end of the competition yesterday, the rankings of the various families were also out. Their Wanyan family and Zhuang family had both fallen out of the top 10 of the Dan Alliance and were replaced by the newly promoted Lu family and Azure Bamboo sect, while the Gu family had also risen from 9th to 6th place with Ling Zhao's outstanding performance. In fact, based on the results, the Gu family could easily squeeze into the top 3. However, Ling Xiao was an external helper, not a member of the Gu family. Therefore, being able to rise to the 6th place was already considered very favorable treatment. Wanyan Lai felt extremely aggrieved. They had been suppressing the Gu family all these years, and they felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. But now, not only were they being suppressed by others, but they were also kicked out of the top 10. If it was anyone else, they would not feel good. Wanyan Kong revealed an embarrassed expression and said, Elder Lai, this matter is already flawless, but Sha Tian's people underestimated Ling Zhao's strength. A low-level celestial master and a mid-level celestial master were actually not a match for Ling Xiao. Alright, there's no point in saying this now. The outcome cannot be changed. Right now, I just want that little bastard to die. All of you, think of a way to make him disappear as soon as possible. Wanyan Lai waved his hand impatiently and said, Elder Lai, the only way is to spread the news of the ancient killing token's disappearance. Another Wanyan family disciple said. Wanyan Lai thought about it for a moment and then nodded. It's a pity that the Gu family didn't come to the alchemy gathering this time. Otherwise, we could go find the Gu family. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to take Ling Zhao's head. I really want to see the glorious Master Ling become a street rat that everyone wants to kill. Ling Xiao, who had become an influential figure, was currently sleeping on a soft bed. Beside him were 2 beautiful white bodies. Last night, Ling Xiao had actually slept with Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin. Ling Xiao looked at these beauties with their own characteristics and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Long ago, Ling Xiao had been fantasizing about sleeping with all of them. Who knew that a pleasant surprise would appear last night? Going back to last night, after a day of exhaustion, his body and mind were exhausted. After dinner, he returned to his room to rest. At that time, he also wanted to ask Bing Ruoshui to accompany him for the night, but her master Li Shui and senior sister Yao Qingmin were both present, making it difficult for him to ask. Therefore, he went back alone and went to sleep. He didn't think about who the person who attacked him today was, nor did he think about whether or not he should join the Dan Alliance. After all, refining the top-grade Emperor Xian Dan had squeezed out most of his spirit energy and mental strength. Who would have thought that not long after he laid on the bed, Bing Ruoshui would actually sneak into his room. Beauties came from cold windows, so Ling Xiao naturally let her live in a warm blanket. Who would have thought that after their first battle, Yao Qingmin would actually come? The girl even gently knocked on the door and said, Young master, this servant Qingmin is here to warm your bed. This blatant temptation caused the raging fire that had just subsided in Ling Xiao to burn once again. Bing Ruoshui originally wanted to avoid it, but she was forced to stay by Ling Xiao. Then, Yao Qingmin, who was outside the door, was also let in by Ling Xiao. When the 2 girls met, Bing Ruoshui's face was so embarrassed that it seemed as if blood was dripping from it. Her delicate body was nestled in the blanket, not daring to move at all. On the other hand, Yao Qingmin, this girl, actually tried to seduce Ling Xiao by stripping. Ling Xiao didn't even wait for her to finish taking off her clothes before throwing her onto the bed, properly teaching her how to be a good bed-warming maid. Thus, there was the scene of the 3 of them sleeping together. Looking at the 2 satisfied and unconscious girls, Ling Xiao was exceptionally happy. He couldn't help but fantasize that one day, he would throw all of his women onto a huge bed. However, the more women there were, the greater the pressure. If he couldn't suppress them, then the trouble would not be a joke. When the 3 of them woke up, it was already late in the morning. Bing Ruoshui's beautiful face was still completely red, and she didn't dare to look straight at Ling Xiao. Yao Qingmin was obviously much more open than Bing Ruoshui. She even carelessly hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him a few times, saying, Young master, I'm already your servant girl. You can't abandon me in the future. Ling Xiao pinched her cheek and said with a smile, as long as you remember to serve young master well like last night, young master will not abandon you. If you don't serve him well, then there's nothing you can do. Don't worry, this servant will definitely do her best to serve young master. Now, let this servant help young master change his clothes. Yao Qingmin said in a sweet voice. Bing Ruoshui admired this senior sister of hers. She always boldly pursued what she liked. She was even wondering if she should also put down her reservations and properly serve Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao and the two girls arrived at the hall, Gu Wei quickly walked over and said, Master Ling, you've finally woken up. If you still haven't woken up, I would have gone in to call you. Looking at Gu Wei's anxious expression, Ling Xiao knew that the news of Lu Kun had already spread. He smiled and said, Elder Gu, why are you in such a hurry? Before Gu Wei could say anything, Yi Yunfeng immediately said from the side, Boss, there are a lot of people outside who want to see young master. They all want to be your followers. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I understand. Let them all wait. Just say that I'm going into seclusion for a month. Boss, isn't that inappropriate? Yi Yunfeng asked, puzzled. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Just do as I say. Yi Yunfeng nodded and walked out of the room. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't go into seclusion at this time. He restrained his aura and rushed towards the alchemist guild from another direction. Ling Xiao was wearing the attire of an alchemist with a shining 7-star badge on his chest. Along the way, many people couldn't help but bow slightly when they saw the 7-star badge on his chest and greet him, Master! Please help me find the supervising elder and tell him that Ling Xiao requests an audience. Ling Xiao said to the gatekeeper when he arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. The gatekeeper immediately bowed to Ling Xiao and said, So it's Master Ling. The guardian elder has already instructed that Master Ling can directly enter the inner hall to find him. Please follow me. When the gatekeeper saw Ling Xiao's young appearance, he thought to himself, This Master Ling is really too young. Ling Xiao was only in his 20s and already had Empyrean rank strength. His appearance wouldn't change for several hundred years. Moreover, as long as he could maintain this kind of advancement speed, his appearance would be fixed when he reached the sacred rank. At that time, he could forever maintain his youthful appearance and never look old. Ling Xiao responded and followed the gatekeeper into the inner hall of the Alchemist Guild. After passing by pavilion after pavilion, the gatekeeper finally stopped and pointed to the innermost pavilion and said, Master Ling, the supervising elder is inside. I can only bring you up to here. You can go in yourself. Ling Xiao nodded and walked towards that pavilion. Just as he approached the door of the attic, the closed door automatically opened, and an old voice sounded, Come in. Ling Xiao walked straight in and went straight to the second floor. The supervising elder sat cross-legged on a cushion. He looked at Ling Xiao and went straight to the point. Have you thought it through? Ling Xiao liked the supervising elder to speak like this. It was straightforward and straightforward. I can join the Dan Alliance, but I have conditions. Ling Xiao replied. The supervising elder smiled. The layers of wrinkles on his face were as ugly as the bark of an old tree. You're the first person to talk about conditions. If it was someone else, I would definitely kick them out. But it's you, I won't do that. He paused for a moment before continuing. Tell me, what are your conditions? I only have one condition, and that is, I will only be a guest elder of the Dan Alliance. I will not stay here for long. I have my own things to do, and I do not want to be restricted in any way. Ling Xiao said. Guest elder was an honorific title given to powerful external helpers by many sects and clans. It was similar to the consecrated elder, but it was even higher and freer than the consecrated elder. Only when the sect or clan was in trouble would they choose to lend a helping hand. It's that simple? The supervising elder was stunned for a moment before asking. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, It's that simple, what does senior think? If you can't agree, then I can only not join. Chapter 708. The Dan Alliance was a joint organization. Other than the top 10 members who could enjoy free resources every year, the rest of the members who joined the Dan Alliance could apply for and issue any request to the Dan Alliance. For example, if a sect or family needed a certain kind of pill and was unable to refine it themselves, they could submit an application to the Dan Alliance.
After the Dan Alliance's decision, they could issue an internal mission, allowing the members who could refine this kind of pill to choose to accept this mission to help them complete the refining of the pill, and all of the costs involved would be settled by the internal members of the Dan Alliance.
Or perhaps some sects or families that did not belong to the Dan Alliance needed to buy a large amount of pills from the Dan Alliance. Then the Dan Alliance would also issue missions to its members in a fair manner, allowing its members to receive favors. It could be said that the Dan Alliance was a platform for trading pills, a platform that benefited many alchemy sects or families that joined the Dan Alliance. This was also the reason why those sects or families that joined the Dan Alliance were willing to contribute to the Dan Alliance. It was because while they were contributing, they had also obtained a lot of income. There were definitely so many martial warriors in the central region, and there were fights and killings happening at every moment, so any martial warriors would have a lot of pills prepared. They didn't know how to refine pills, so they had to think of a way to buy them. The Dan Alliance had undoubtedly solved their problem. As long as one had enough profound crystal, they could get any kind of pill they wanted. These pill refining missions were not something that a single sect or sect could handle. In the end, it was up to the various sects or families in the Dan Alliance to take care of these missions. Ling Xiao had obtained all of this information from Gu Wei. After much consideration, Ling Xiao decided to request the supervising elder to be a guest elder. He would be able to establish his own power very soon, and once he succeeded, he would need the influence of the Dan Alliance to deepen his own power. At the same time, he would be able to obtain a lot of resources from the Dan Alliance, and the Dan Alliance would not let him join for no reason, so he was prepared to do something for the Dan Alliance. The supervising elder quickly agreed to Ling Xiao's request, and at the same time, stated the conditions for Ling Xiao to join the Dan Alliance. That was, Ling Xiao had to complete at least 3 level 7 missions for the Dan Alliance every year. The so-called 7th level mission referred to refining pills above the 7th level, and when Ling Xiao completed these 3 missions, 30% of the reward would go to the Dan Alliance, while 70% would belong to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao agreed to this condition without even thinking about it. With his current strength, refining a 7th grade medicinal pill was already a piece of cake for him. After the two of them reached an agreement, Ling Xiao's name would also be arranged into the list of Dan Alliance's arbitration elders, and become the chief guest elder of Dan Alliance. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the private room, the supervising elder faintly asked, "The palm technique you use to refine pills is the shadow flame palm?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the supervising elder and asked, "Supervising elder, you also know about the shadow flame palm? How could I not recognize the medicine sect's unique fire-controlling palm technique?" The supervisor sighed, and a hint of loneliness flashed across his old eyes. Ling Xiao looked at the supervising elder's strange expression, and his heart moved. He once again sat down and waited quietly. The supervising elder sighed once again. The medicine sect, the medicine gate, and the pill sect were once known as the most outstanding 3 sects of alchemy. At that time, the medicine sect's reputation was even higher than the medicine gate's. Unfortunately, the medicine sect was unfortunate and fell into a situation where the entire sect was killed. Sigh, the past has become a sad memory, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. I never thought that you would actually know the flaming shadow hand. Can you tell me how you learned it? Ling Xiao immediately told the supervising elder about how he obtained the first treasure in the desolate mountain range. It was just that he hid some of the things that he needed to hide. After the supervising elder heard this, he pondered for a moment and said to himself, "I thought there were still old friends here, but it seems like it was just my wishful thinking." He paused for a moment, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Take a good look, this is the real flame shadow hand." Once the supervising elder had finished speaking, he waved his palms casually. At first, the palms looked as slow as Tai Chi, but the more he watched, the faster the palms moved. There were also more and more of them, so much so that he could no longer tell which were the real palms. It was as if every single palm was a real existence, and these palms carried a mysterious and difficult-to-understand path, making it impossible for anyone to touch them. It was as mysterious as a profound martial arts palm technique. Ling Xiao was momentarily dazed. He had been using the flame shadow palm for a few years now, and he felt that he could use it to the highest level of 49 palms. But now, it seems that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well, and his understanding and usage of the flame shadow palm was still a level lower. Even though Ling Xiao had received the divine alchemist's inheritance from the obsidian cauldron and there were many brilliant fire control techniques within it, he had not had the time to cultivate them. Furthermore, He had been using the flame shadow palm for a few years now and felt that it was very smooth. All he needed to do was to perfect it, and he felt that it would not be any worse than the fire control techniques from the divine alchemist's inheritance. Now, it seems that he no longer needed to purposely improve it. The supervising elder before him had already helped him achieve this goal. As he stared at the palms, the flame shadow palm's incantation appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. His palms began to dance unconsciously, and he gradually felt that he had gained a new understanding of the flame shadow palm. He was now able to deeply understand the subtleties of this palm technique. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ling Xiao finally stopped waving his palms.
He stared at the supervising elder who had stopped and was now staring at him.
His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Supervising elder, you're a member of the medicine sect?" Ling Xiao asked, smacking his lips. The medicine sect has long disappeared into the long river of history. However, the supervising elder knows the flame shadow palm. "What does this mean?" The supervising elder replied faintly, "What does it matter if I do or not? I've long forgotten what I should have forgotten. Even if I do remember it, it would only be empty memories. You may leave. Be careful when you leave." When Ling Xiao saw that the supervising elder had closed his eyes, he immediately rose to his feet and bowed towards the supervising elder. He then turned around and walked out of the loft. He did not understand the meaning behind the supervising elder's last sentence. Could it be that the supervising elder knows who is trying to harm me? The supervising elder watched as Ling Xiao left.
A voice echoed in his heart. At least the sect's inheritance has not been severed. You can all rest in peace now. After Ling Xiao had left the loft, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to the Medicine Alchemist Guild's hall where missions were issued. He had to complete 3 rank 7 missions a year. He did not have the leisure to come to the medicine capital 3 times a year. Thus, he decided to see if there were any missions available. He would accept them here and complete them first. Before he reached the hall where missions were issued, Gu Longxing ran out of nowhere and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master Ling. Congratulations, Master Ling." He first thanked Ling Xiao as a member of the Gu family. The second congratulated Ling Xiao personally because he already knew that Ling Xiao had become the Alchemy Guild's chief guest elder. "Elder Xing, you're too polite. I'm just completing the mission that Brother Gu Qin gave me," Ling Xiao replied humbly. "Hee, Master Ling, you're too humble. From now on, we'll be colleagues. Please take care of me, Master Ling," Gu Longxing said humbly to Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had become the new boss of the Dan Alliance, their Gu family and Ling Xiao were on good terms, so of course they had to take the lead in building a good relationship.
"Haha, you're too kind," Ling Xiao replied. He then asked, "By the way, Elder Xing, I'd like to take on 3 level 7 quests. Could you please introduce me to how to take on these quests?" 3 level 7 missions?
Gu Longxing was stunned for a moment before asking.
Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao said. "Master Ling, I know you're a level 7 alchemist, but you don't have to take on a level 7 mission. You have to know that those level 7 missions are not easy to complete," Gu Longxing said. "Ugh. What's the meaning of this?" Ling Xiao asked again. Gu Longxing said, "Come with me. We'll talk as we walk." Thus, the two of them walked side by side towards the direction of the mission hall. Through Gu Longxing's words, Ling Xiao knew that the mission to reach the 7th level was not as easy as he had imagined.
This was because many of the large families and aristocratic families in the Dan Alliance had a 7th level alchemist. If there was a 7th level mission, they would usually choose it first, and the remaining 7th level missions were all the most difficult to refine pills. Ordinary 7th level alchemists would not be able to complete them, and would only be able to complete such a difficult mission if they had reached the Saint Alchemist level. Therefore, Gu Longxing advised Ling Xiao not to accept the 7th level mission for the time being. If he accepted the mission and did not complete it, the Dan Alliance would also carry out a certain punishment. Gu Longxing suggested that Ling Xiao take on a 5th or 6th level mission first. When there was a simpler 7th level mission in the future, he would take it on behalf of Ling Xiao. "So that's how it is. Let's go and have a look first," Ling Xiao said. He thought to himself, "It turns out that the old guy's requirements are really high, but it's not a problem for me." The Alchemist Association's mission issuing office was very simple. It was just a large hall with various kinds of missions pasted on it. A wide variety of medicinal pill names or requirements were written on it,
with detailed notes on the issuing time and completion time of the requirements. In the hall, there was an old man who was responsible for registering missions. From Gu Longxing's words, Ling Xiao knew that most of the missions here were extremely simple. They were for those small sects or small clans to gain some benefits. Some of the missions were difficult to complete and were waiting for those who could complete the mission to take it. As for the easy missions, they had already been pre-booked or taken by others. Ling Xiao directly went to the place where the 7th level mission was issued. Looking at the requirements, he couldn't help but smile. Is this the hardest level 7 mission to complete? What a headache. This is simply an insult to the word hardest. Ling Xiao chuckled, then went forward and tore up the 3 mission sheets hanging on the wall. Master Ling Yu, what are you doing? This is a mission that no one has dared to accept for more than 10 years. You. How could you accept it? Gu Longxing said anxiously from the side. Chapter 709. Seeing Ling Xiao accept 3 level 7 missions that no one had done for decades, Gu Longxing felt that his brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He had spent so much effort to persuade Ling Xiao, but he still couldn't make him understand the difficulty of this mission. It's okay, I can complete these missions. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Is this real or fake? Once you've registered and accepted the mission, you have to complete it. If you don't, you'll be punished. Even if the supervising elder protects you, I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep your position. Gu Longxing warned with surprise and good intentions. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He took the 3 mission sheets to the registration office. Please help me register, I want to do these 3 missions. When the old man saw the 3 missions Ling Xiao brought, his old eyes burst with a strange light. Then he looked up at Ling Xiao. Are you sure you want to accept these 3 missions? Ling Xiao nodded and said, I'm sure and certain. Good. No wonder you are favored by the supervising elder. These 3 missions have been issued for decades, but no one has touched them. I didn't expect the guest elder to accept them as soon as he arrived. Good courage. The old man couldn't help but praise. Then he added, if there are good missions in the future, I, Old Yang, will be the first to save them for you. Old Yang, you can't favor one and discriminate against another. You should also leave a few good missions for our Gu family. Gu Longxing said fawningly. Who knew that the old man didn't even look at Gu Longxing. He immediately registered the missions and said to Ling Xiao, you have accepted the missions, and the time limit is 1 year. If you don't have enough materials, you can buy them from the herb hall. You are now a guest elder, so you can ask the herb hall to pay you in advance. After the missions are completed, you can deduct it from the reward. Yes, I understand. But I will come back in half a month at most. Ling Xiao nodded. It's good for a young man to have confidence, but don't be blindly arrogant. Okay, you can go. The old man handed the mission sheet to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say much. He nodded and went out with Gu Longxing. This elder Yang is also an elder of the Dan Alliance. He usually doesn't like to talk, but it seems like he admires you quite a bit, Gu Longxing said from the side. He was not angry because the old man had ignored him just now. I think he's quite easy to talk to, Ling Xiao replied. He then added, Elder Xing, please wait. I'll go out by myself. Gu Longxing didn't force the issue. After saying a few more nice words, he watched Ling Xiao leave. After walking out of the Alchemist Association, Ling Xiao immediately felt a strange feeling, just like the feeling he had before he was ambushed. However, this time, the number of people on the other side was a lot more than before. They had all concealed their presence, but Ling Xiao could rely on his mental strength to completely sense their existence. However, none of them had any intention of making a move. They seemed to be waiting for a better opportunity. That's fine. I also want to know who wants my life. Ling Xiao thought to himself. In the next moment, his figure began to madly rush out of the city. When he left the gates of the medicine capital, 8 people finally appeared, exploding with their fastest speed to chase after him. Ling Xiao's speed was neither slow nor fast. It was just enough for the 8 of them to catch up. When he arrived outside the desolate land, he stopped and turned around to wait for the 8 of them to arrive. Each of the 8 assassins had the strength of a mid-level Empyrean. They separated and surrounded Ling Xiao. Who told you to come? The Wanyan family? Ling Xiao looked at the 8 people and asked calmly. Dead people don't need to know the answer. One of them said faintly. Then, he took the lead and raised his own aura, locking onto Ling Xiao. The other 7 did the same. The aura of 8 mid-level Empyrean was enough to imprison an ordinary high-level Empyrean. The 8 of them attacked at the same time, from 8 different directions. 8 cold auras cut through the body. Even if you don't speak, I still have a way to make you speak. Ling Xiao sneered, and his aura suddenly soared. The aura that the 8 people had locked onto him was immediately shaken off. The 8 swords seemed to have lost their target and were unable to stab him. Ling Xiao's figure split into 24, and every 3 figures attacked one person at the same time. Every one of the figures threw out a powerful punch at the same time, and every punch was aimed at their vitals. The 8 people were all shocked. For a moment, they couldn't tell which was Ling Xiao's real body, so they could only use all their strength to destroy the figures in front of them. Ling Xiao's doppelgangers were just to distract the enemy. His real body arrived in front of the person who had just spoken, and a storm of fists rained down on him. That person was not to be trifled with. He blasted out waves of sword energy in an attempt to kill the 3 figures in front of him. However, when his sword came into contact with Ling Xiao's dragon fist, it was ruthlessly smashed into 2. He was shocked and hurriedly retreated, shouting, "The real body is here! Do you think you can escape?" Ling Xiao rushed forward and instantly grabbed that person's neck. Immediately after, his whole body flew high into the air, and he ruthlessly smashed the person in his hand into the ground. Bang! That person landed heavily on the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Stone chips and dust flew everywhere. The other 7 people no longer dared to be careless, and they immediately deduced their small universe. The power of the 7 worlds pressed down on Ling Xiao, and the aura was terrifying. Ling Xiao muttered, "I don't have time to play with you guys." After saying that, his spiritual energy split into 7, and 7 invisible golden dragon spear shadows bombarded the 7 heavenly venerables' knowledge seas. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, and the 7 people crashed heavily from the sky at the same time. These 7 people had actually been killed by Ling Xiao at the same time. Anyone who saw such a terrifying slaughter would probably feel their scalp go numb. The person who had just climbed out of the ground realized that they had completely underestimated their opponent, and there was only one word in his mind: escape. He did not even have the courage to fight Ling Xiao. He was a cold-blooded killer, but he was also someone who was afraid of death. His speed was very fast, but Ling Xiao's spiritual energy talismans were even faster. That person stopped as if he was in a daze, and his entire face was extremely distorted. It was obvious that he was doing some kind of difficult struggle. Ling Xiao frowned and did not move, and the spiritual energy talismans continued to be sent over. Suddenly, just as Ling Xiao was about to control that person actually collapsed, and his aura completely disappeared in the next moment. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and found that the person's face was black. He had actually committed suicide by consuming poison. Don't think that everything is over just because you're dead. Ling Xiao frowned and said hatefully. Then, he sat down cross-legged and spread his mental strength in all directions. Like a spider web, it covered a radius of thousands of meters. He did this to completely absorb the souls of these 8 dead people. He wanted to obtain the memories of these 8 people. He wanted to know who wanted his life. Souls could not be touched at all, and could not be seen clearly. Only spiritual energy could sense them. They had been killed by Ling Xiao in a second, and their soul power had almost been destroyed. Fortunately, there were some scattered souls, and they were all absorbed by Ling Xiao into his consciousness. After sitting quietly for a while, Ling Xiao finally extracted the related memories of those souls. It must be said that each soul memory was different, but it was just enough to find the information that Ling Xiao needed. Shatian. Ancient killing token. Hee, this is really interesting. Ling Xiao muttered with a ferocious look. Then he said to himself, "Don't worry, I will definitely flatten all of you in the near future." From the memories, Ling Xiao finally knew why he was being hunted down. It turned out that these people were from an assassin organization called Sha Tian. They also knew that the Gu family had spread the ancient killing token, and the Gu family wanted to take Ling Xiao's head, so they appeared. An assassin organization, they only killed for benefits, and the benefits that the Gu family promised were just right to move them. Unfortunately, The information they obtained was not comprehensive, because they did not know that Ling Xiao had already broken through to the mid-level Empyrean realm. As a result, the two people in the first wave were easily killed by Ling Xiao, and the second wave did not show any signs of weakness to Ling Xiao. However, they did not know how deep Ling Xiao's cards were, so they were unable to contend with him. As a result, they failed once again. However, Sha Tian, knowing this information, seems to be deliberately done by someone else. It seems that the Wanyan family is definitely involved. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He had to figure out his enemies one by one before he could kill them all. He had always adhered to the principle that if people did not offend him, he would not offend them, but if people offended him, he would return the favor tenfold. This was Ling Xiao, a proud and arrogant man. Ling Xiao collected the space rings of these 8 people one by one before rushing back to the medicine capital. However, before he returned, he changed out of his alchemist attire, took off the 7-star emblem, and let his flowing hair down to cover most of his handsome face. He wanted to be a sneak attacker and let others have a taste of being sneak attacked. In the Wanyan family's residence, Wanyan Lai asked his family members, "Has the news been spread?" Wanyan Kong nodded. "It has been spread out." Now, most people in the medicine capital know that Ling Xiao is someone that the Gu family wants to kill, but what? Wanyan Lai asked. "But I heard another piece of news about Ling Xiao." Wanyan Kong said. "Speak." Wanyan Lai frowned. Wanyan Kong continued. He announced his identity as the first Emperor-level master. Everyone knows that Ling Xiao is not only the champion of the elixir gathering, but also the first Emperor-level master. At the same time, he announced that he is recruiting followers. As long as they are sincere, they can go and try to become his follower. Once he takes a liking to them, he will give them all kinds of pills that can increase their strength, including a top-grade mysterious emperor pill. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to use this motley crew to fight against the Gu family?
Wanyan Lai narrowed his eyes and muttered. He paused for a moment, then said, "No matter what, I want to hear his head fall to the ground before I return to the family."
He should. Once Sha Tian's people act, they won't stop until they are dead. No matter where he hides, he will be hunted down. Even if the Gu family takes care of him, he will still be killed. This is the consequence of going against the Gu family.
Wanyan Kong said fiercely.
Well said. However, if you go against this young master, your end will be even more miserable. A cold voice came from a corner. Chapter 7:10. Wanyan Lai, Wanyan Kong, and the others did not expect that someone would sneak into their residence.
"Who dares to eavesdrop on us?"
Wanyan Lai, who was a half-step sovereign, shouted. At the same time, he slammed his palm out of the window. The strong wind blew the wall apart. Boom! The wall collapsed and a figure slowly walked out of the smoke. It was as if Wanyan Lai's palm had not caused any harm to this person. Wanyan Lai, Wanyan Kong, and the others narrowed their eyes. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would show himself so soon after they mentioned him.
"I didn't expect that you would dare to come here."
Wanyan Lai spread out his divine telekinesis and found that Ling Xiao was the only one nearby. He was a half-step sovereign. Why would he be afraid of a mere mid-level heavenly master? That was obviously impossible. Aren't I delivering myself to your doorstep for you to kill? I just don't know if you have the ability. Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. Heh, I didn't want to kill you in broad daylight. I didn't want people to say that our Wanyan family is ungentlemanly. Now that you've come to us, let me take you down. Wanyan Kong sneered and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Wanyan Kong was very confident because he was a peak mid-level heavenly master. He also had the help of his family's elders. He felt that it was enough to take down Ling Xiao. A powerful throat claw, with a strong wind that tore the air apart, grabbed Ling Xiao's neck. The claw was very fast and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Die! Wanyan Kong shouted viciously. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes flashed with a sharp light, and one of his hands moved quickly. Crack! Ah! The sound of a bone breaking was the first to be heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Wanyan Kong held his wrist and retreated hurriedly. Obviously, his hand had been broken by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was comparable to a sacred artifact. Would Wanyan Kong's claw be able to withstand his punch? Do you think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength? Let me tell you the gap between an Empyrean and an Emperor rank. Wan Yanlai roared, and his Emperor-ranked aura pressed down towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, his figure flickered, and a flaming palm smashed down towards Ling Xiao's chest. His first move was an all-out attack, ready to take down Ling Xiao in the shortest time possible. You won't have the chance. Ling Xiao just stood there and responded indifferently. His body didn't even move, but his mental energy was already being extracted crazily. His mental power transformed into countless blades that slashed at Wan Yanlai's sea of consciousness. As a 7th-rank alchemist, Wan Yanlai was very sensitive to spiritual energy. However, he was too close to Ling Xiao. Even if he could sense it, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. He felt as if his sea of knowledge was being turned upside down by countless sharp blades, and his mind was in chaos. Ah! Wan Yanlai clutched his head and screamed miserably. With a flash of silver light, Wan Yanlai's head was instantly chopped off. At some point, a strange long sword had appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. A smear of bright red blood was still slowly dripping from the tip of the sword. You killed Elder Lai. Wan Yenkong stared at Ling Xiao with his eyes wide open. The other members of the Wan Yan family were still in a daze. Wan Yanlai was a dignified quasi-emperor rank expert, and he was one of the top experts in the central region. However, his head had been chopped off in the blink of an eye. This was simply unbelievable. Don't worry, all of you can go down and accompany him soon, Ling Xiao murmured. His figure began to move, and the ice and fire sword in his hand carried bursts of blue flames as it swept towards the few people. 2 of them hadn't even recovered from their shock when their heads were chopped off. The others didn't dare to fight against Ling Xiao, and they immediately split up and fled in different directions. Ling Xiao was already here, so how could he let them escape? He split his psychic energy into several strands and bombarded the fleeing people. Before they could escape far, they felt a sharp pain in their knowledge seas, and each of them fell from the sky. They didn't even know what had happened until they died. A bunch of trash dared to plot against this young master. They really overestimated themselves. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully before collecting all their space rings and disappearing from the spot. Just as Ling Xiao left, the medicine capital's law enforcement team hurried over. When they saw the dead Wan Yan family members who didn't have the slightest injury, they were all shocked. Who did it? The law enforcement elder frowned. Another person said from the side, could it be Sha Tian's people again? It shouldn't be. Sha Tian's people don't have the ability to kill them all silently, the law enforcement elder said. He then said, the Gu family's ancient kill order has just been issued, but someone actually started to take the opportunity to cause trouble. I must report this matter to the city lord and have him send more people to guard the medicine capital. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the medicine capital will be killed without mercy. Boss, you're back? Yi Yunfeng saw Ling Xiao return and immediately greeted him with a worried look on his face. And what happened? Ling Xiao responded. Boss, you went out for a whole day. More than half of the people outside have disappeared, Yi Yunfeng said anxiously. Just because of this? Ling Xiao asked. Isn't that so? Boss, I know you asked Uncle Lu to spread the news to recruit people, but they're already here. Why don't you meet them? Yi Yunfeng asked puzzledly. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't answer. Instead he said, Yunfeng, your cultivation is good, but you still lack consideration when doing things. Think about it carefully and you'll understand what I mean. I'm really going to close up now. Just ask Uncle Lu to keep an eye on those people. After saying that, Ling Xiao ignored Yi Yunfeng and asked Gu Wei to empty out the only alchemy room. He wanted to complete the 3 level 7 missions first. Gu Wei didn't say anything else and immediately arranged for Ling Xiao to leave. In the alchemy room, Ling Xiao took out the 3 missions. The first mission was seeking to purchase an earth and metal dual mystic the Arch Elixir. The second mission was seeking to purchase an elixir that can destroy the heavenly Yin Meridian. The third mission was seeking to purchase an elixir that can heal and restore the spiritual realm. These 3 tasks were extremely difficult tasks for an ordinary grade 7 alchemist. The first mission was the earth and metal dual mystic the Arch Elixir. This was an elixir that contained 2 different attributes. Ordinary alchemists felt that it was very unrealistic to want to separate their essence into one elixir. The second mission was the heavenly Yin Meridian, an extremely rare physique. It was similar to the heaven goo body. The early stages of cultivation were extremely fast, but the lifespan was only 25 years. Once this age was exceeded, only death awaited. This kind of physique was usually a body of certain death.
However, there were historical records that there was a certain kind of elixir that could destroy this meridian. It was just that the speed of cultivation would become as slow as an ordinary person.
The third mission was to find a type of elixir that could restore the spiritual realm.
It was obvious that there was a problem with the sea of consciousness of an emperor, and they urgently needed this kind of elixir to help.
Elixirs that could heal the sea of consciousness were extremely rare in any grade of elixir. Ordinary alchemists didn't know about the existence of this type of elixir. Even if they knew about it, it was extremely difficult to find high-grade spirit herbs that could repair the sea of consciousness. These 3 missions each had their own difficulty. Ordinary 7th-grade alchemists didn't accept them. The deadline for handing over the elixir was not up yet, so they had been left there. If it was before Ling Xiao obtained the divine alchemist's inherited memories, he wouldn't dare to accept these 3 missions. That was because he didn't have the method to refine this type of elixir. But it was different now. He had the divine alchemist's inherited memories. The elixir formulas and refining methods from 1st to 8th grade were extremely comprehensive. It was like an encyclopedia that could be used just by taking it out. Moreover, he received a lot of benefits from the Gu clan. Among them were some level 7 spirit herbs. Wu Fu's half of the collection also had a lot of materials. In the 3rd level of the medicine cauldron, there were level 7 and level 8 spirit herbs that could be exchanged. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about the materials. However, he also planned that after completing these 3 missions, he would use the rewards he received to go to the herb hall to buy more high-grade spirit herbs in case of an emergency. During the half-month that Ling Xiao was in closed-door training, there were many strange phenomena descending in the sky above the Gu clan. This caused the people of the medicine capital to exclaim repeatedly. They also knew that the Gu clan had invited external help. The first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao, was a genuine 7th-grade alchemist. The number of rogue cultivators gathered outside the Gu clan didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. It was really lively. However, with the spread of the Gu clan's Gu kill order, many people who were afraid of death hurriedly left with their tails between their legs. Although they felt that following Ling Xiao wasn't bad, they didn't want to offend the Gu clan. Moreover, that Gu kill order was like a life-threatening talisman. Once they were stained by it, they would certainly be in a situation where there was no chance of survival. Everyone sighed inwardly. Perhaps Ling Xiao was going to die young. Ling Xiao hadn't come out of closed-door training yet. The number of people gathered outside the Gu clan gradually decreased from several hundred to a dozen. During this half-month, people from several big alchemy sects and aristocratic families had come to visit Ling Xiao one after another. All of them had brought a lot of gifts. It seemed that they wanted to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. They had come to congratulate Ling Xiao on becoming a guest elder of the Dan Alliance. On this day, people from the medicine sect and the Dan faction had also come to visit. These 2 factions were the leaders of the alchemy forces. It was reasonable to say that they wouldn't come to curry favor with Ling Xiao. However, they had come now. The ones who had come to visit were unexpectedly Hua Chan and Qin Zi. Following them were the outstanding alchemists of the 2 factions. Gu Wei, Gu Li, Gu Jiaojiao, and the others had no choice but to eagerly receive them. Zizi, let's go. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao won't come out of closed-door training for a while, Hua Chen said to Qin Zi. If you want to go, you can go first. I'm going back to the Dan faction today. Since I have nothing to do, I'll wait for him here. Qin Zi replied indifferently. Why do you have to do this? You should know that he has a lot of female friends, Hua Chen said with slight dissatisfaction. It's normal for an outstanding man to have several wives and concubines, Qin Zi replied. Her gaze then fell on Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin who were sitting to the side. Are you all Ling Xiao's women? Before they could speak, a voice came from the back door. Could it be that the holy maiden has taken a fancy to them? This young master will not agree to your request. Chapter 7:11. The new leaders of the medicine school and the dance school, 2 monstrous alchemists who were close to rank 7, had been tossed out by Ling Xiao. If word of this got out, everyone would think that it was crazy and unbelievable. Moreover, it happened in the medicine capital, a city directly under the medicine school, which was even more unbelievable. Everyone now knew that Ling Xiao was a lawless and daring fellow. He wouldn't be afraid of you just because you had a strong background. If he really wanted to beat you up or kill you, not even the Emperor of Heaven could stop him. If you were arrogant, he would be even more arrogant. If you were arrogant, he would be even more arrogant. If you were good to him, he would be even better. This was Ling Xiao, the one and only Ling Xiao, the future legend of the Central Territory, the tyrannical emperor. Hua Chen flew back as if he had gone mad. His handsome face had been beaten into a pig's head, making him look very ferocious. He stared at Ling Xiao and cursed, "You damned bastard, I'll kill you." As he spoke, he used the power of his small cube world. Blazing golden flames dyed the sky red. "Do you really want to die?" Ling Xiao roared. The people nearby were all shocked by these two people. The medicine capital was the largest city in the Central Territory, and few people dared to use force in the city. Now that Ling Xiao was fighting with the medicine school's top true disciple, how could it not attract their attention? Who's that pig head? How dare he provoke Grandmaster Ling? Is he really that bored? No matter who he is, if he dares to cause trouble in the medicine capital, he won't have a good ending. That pig head looks like Hua Chen from the medicine school. Did he get beaten up by Grandmaster Ling? What's going on? Is Hua Chen jealous of Grandmaster Ling and wants to silence him? Just as the two were about to fight, the law enforcement team arrived just in time. "All of you stop." A loud and clear voice came from afar. City Lord Sun Zhang had actually come with the law enforcers. How could Hua Chen listen to him? He had been beaten up by Ling Xiao to this extent. His injuries were a small matter, but his face was a big matter. He used his golden world of flames to suppress Ling Xiao. Countless flames transformed into a world of exotic flowers and plants. It looked very beautiful, but it contained great danger. Sun Zhang ignored the law enforcement team and increased his speed by several times. He hoped to be able to stop Hua Chen before he made his move. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Countless strange flowers and grasses wrapped Ling Xiao in layers with a strange golden flame. These flames contained some of the might of the heavenly fire, and ordinary things would be destroyed upon contact. Hua Chen laughed malevolently. "Go to hell! My golden nether flame will burn you to ashes." This kind of heavenly flame is called gold-rending nether flame? Sounds pretty domineering. Ling Xiao murmured to himself, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. The blue demon flame in his sea of consciousness emitted a dazzling light. Ling Xiao's whole body emitted a blue flame that kept expanding and swallowed the golden flames little by little. Hua Chen's golden nether flame wasn't very strong because he had only refined a few strands of the golden nether flame sealed in the medicine sect. He hadn't completely refined it. Therefore, his golden nether flame wasn't a match for the blue demon flame. Instead, it was swallowed up and turned into fertilizer for the blue demon flame. Hua Chen looked at his own world energy, which was getting weaker and weaker. His eyes were filled with shock. That blue flame is strange. It can actually swallow my golden nether flame. Is this another kind of heavenly flame? Xianxia also discovered Ling Xiao's abnormality. She also had the energy of another kind of heavenly fire, so she could sense the pressure of the same origin that Ling Xiao was emitting. She felt the flame energy in her body have an urge to rush out of her body. During the Elixir Gathering Grand Competition, I sensed that this guy is extraordinary. It seems that I wasn't wrong. This man definitely has a heavenly jewel, Xianxia said with certainty in her heart. Hua Chen didn't dare to deduce the power of his world power anymore, so he hurriedly withdrew it. However, the blue flame was like a maggot that shot towards him. He had no choice but to hurriedly use his powerful energy to shake it off. He didn't dare to touch the flame. Ling Xiao wanted to flash and beat Hua Chen up again, and at the same time, absorb the energy of the heavenly fire in his body. However, Sun Zhang had already stepped between the two of them. What the hell is going on? Do you think that the medicine capital is your battlefield? Sun Zhang shouted with a sullen expression. Sun Zhang was the medicine capital's city lord, and he was also at the emperor stage. He was an elder of the medicine school, and his status was only inferior to the school's supreme elder. Even if he knew Hua Chen's identity, and he also knew Ling Xiao's identity, he still didn't need to be too polite. Of course, he was still very afraid that Ling Xiao's towering guard would appear. That fellow was extremely terrifying. You should ask him about that. Does he think that he can bully others just because he's a disciple of the medicine school? Although this young master is honest and kind, I'm not someone who can be easily bullied. Ling Xiao withdrew his aura. When the people from the medicine school and pill faction heard Ling Xiao's words, they felt a wave of contempt in their hearts. You bastard, you had your fill of beating people up just now, yet you actually say that you're honest and kind? Is there any reason in this world? Ling Xiao, you have guts. I'll let you off today. However, don't think that you're safe just like that. The Gu clan's ancient slaughter token has been issued, so just wait for your death. Haha. Hua Chen revealed an arrogant expression as he roared with laughter, and then he glared fiercely at Qin Zi. After that, he paid no attention to the others, turned around, and vanished on the spot. That annoying fellow has finally disappeared. However, the days of the pill faction in the future might not be so good. Qin Zi thought to herself as she gazed at Hua Chen's back. She really wanted to borrow Ling Xiao's hand to get rid of Hua Chen's persistent pestering. At the same time, she had some thoughts about Ling Xiao in her heart. She was a strong woman, a woman with a strong desire for control. She didn't like Hua Chen's pretentious behavior because Hua Chen not only fancied her, but also their pill faction. This made her feel disgusted. She absolutely wouldn't allow the pill faction to be suppressed by the medicine school. The sudden emergence of Ling Xiao made her want to use Ling Xiao. At the same time, she also wanted to know whether this legendary disciple of the demonic emperor met her requirements. Now, it seemed that everything was going according to plan. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Ling Xiao's immunity to her. The storm ended with the arrival of Sun Zheng. When Ling Xiao was about to go to the Alchemist Association to submit his task, Sun Zheng called out to him and said, "Grandmaster Ling, the Hua clan elder has invited you to the sect for a chat. I wonder if you have time?" The sect? The medicine school's land?
Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he asked.
That's right. Sun Zheng nodded and then said, "If you have time now, I can take you there." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before he replied, "I would like to go with you now, but you saw what happened just now. I'm afraid they won't welcome me." You can rest assured. With the Hua clan elder here, no one will dare to do anything to you. Sun Zheng replied seriously. When Ling Xiao heard Sun Zheng say so, he nodded and said, "Then let's go." With the Earth Flaming Tiger, he really wasn't afraid that the medicine school would close their doors and deal with him. If that happened, the medicine school would have to pay a huge price. Ling Xiao accompanied Sun Zheng to the city lord's mansion, where there was a special transmission array. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had arrived at another place. This was a land of majestic mountains. Trees were tall, exotic flowers and herbs were everywhere, and spirit beasts could be seen everywhere. Spirit birds flew swiftly in the sky, and it made one feel as if they'd arrived at a beautiful mountain scenery. It allowed one's state of mind to instantly relax and enjoy everything beautiful here. Besides the beautiful scenery, the spirit energy here was much denser than other places, and just breathing it made one feel refreshed. Ling Xiao had been to many places, and he could sense that this place was probably a space that the medicine school had opened up.
This was an unfathomable might that only those who had attained the saint rank could attain.
What a great place. When I attain the saint rank one day, I'll also open up a better space. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. Sun Zheng glanced at Ling Xiao with astonishment.
He'd really never expected that this young man before him would have such ambition. However, he begged to differ in his heart. Within the central region, there were very few people who had truly stepped into the saint rank, and who knew how many geniuses had long since been stuck at the emperor rank. He felt that stepping into the celestial realm was very unlikely, or at least he felt that he would never have such a chance in his lifetime. Let's go. Follow me. There are some places that you can't go casually, Sun Zheng said and took the lead to fly up. Ling Xiao nodded and followed behind Sun Zheng. As he sped along the way, he sensed that there were many auras of different sizes among the majestic mountains.
They must be the people from the outer circle of the Medicine Academy. After passing through the mountain ridge, the scenery suddenly became clear. He saw that the boundless land was divided into many spirit fields of different sizes. There were many Medicine Academy disciples guarding the spirit fields, taking care of the spirit herbs of different ranks in the spirit fields. Ling Xiao revealed a shocked expression and muttered, as expected of the #1 alchemy sect. They actually have such spiritual fields. They're at least 3rd to 5th grade spiritual fields. Suddenly, a snake-like spirit beast broke out of the ground in one of the spiritual fields. This spirit beast's body was bright red and smooth, and it was at least 20 to 30 meters long. Its body was the size of a pillar, and there was a horn on its head that was different from earthworms. From afar, it looked like a single-horned snake. After the spirit beast leapt into the air, it landed back on the ground and burrowed into the ground. It's a red flood dragon puppet. No wonder it can open up such a vast spiritual field. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Dragons were divided into 3 grades: orange, red, and purple. The orange flood dragon puppet had the thinnest bloodline of dragons, and the purple flood dragon puppet had the densest bloodline. Where a flood dragon puppet existed, the soil would become fertile, and it was extremely suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. At the same time, it could also speed up the growth of spiritual herbs. This characteristic was what all alchemists liked the most. Before Ling Xiao obtained the young dragons, it was a purple flood dragon puppet. The characteristics of dragons were more obvious than the red flood dragon puppet. Chapter 7:12. Grandmaster Ling is really experienced and knowledgeable. There are only 2 of these flood dragon earthworm exotic beasts in the sect. It's really hard to find them. Sun Zheng said proudly. There are 2? Damn, it really is a big sect. This kind of heritage is really enviable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Flood dragon earthworm was originally an exotic spiritual beast that was extremely rare, but the medicine sect had 2 of them. If the alchemists in the outside world knew about this, they would probably go crazy with envy. After Ling Xiao and Sun Zheng passed by the spiritual plants, a majestic building appeared in front of them. These buildings were filled with a sense of vicissitudes and looked like fierce beasts from ancient times. It gave people a sense of grandeur and majesty. Who has come here? Tell me your name. 2 celestial venerables stood up and shouted. Sun Zheng took out a token. When the 2 saw the token, they immediately retreated to the side respectfully. As soon as the 2 of them entered the ancient buildings, the sounds of furnaces exploding could be heard and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted into the air. They also saw many disciples of the medicine sect shouting and trading for spiritual herbs. It made them feel as if they were in the middle of a busy market. Ling Xiao thought to himself, it seems that the medicine sect has at least 8,000 alchemists, if not 10,000. This number doesn't include the number of people worshipping them. This scale is really terrifying. Ling Xiao followed Sun Zheng into the depths of the building. According to Sun Zheng's introduction, this was the place where the supreme elders lived and secluded themselves. However, before they could reach their destination, they were stopped by someone. I didn't expect that you would dare to come to my territory as soon as I returned. You're really ruthless. The one who stopped Ling Xiao and Sun Zheng was Wuxia, who had just rushed back. There were 3 people behind him. These 3 people were actually peak celestial venerables. Looking at their aggressive manner, they must have come to stand up for Wuxia. Junior brother, is this the person who injured you just now? He doesn't seem to be very strong. A middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao and said playfully. Another person said, do you think you can't see the depth of your strength just because you hide your aura? Merely a middle-stage Empyrean. Don't be careless. Junior brother said that this person is the first Emperor-level expert, and he's an existence that can suppress his peers. His battle strength is certainly not weak. Wait for us to capture him and let Junior brother deal with him, another person said. The 4 of them glared at Ling Xiao like tigers watching their prey, as if they were about to take Ling Xiao down in the next moment. Ling Xiao turned to look at Sun Zheng. He wanted to know if they were going to lure him into the trap. Sun Zheng used his actions to prove his intentions. He took a step forward and said loudly, what do you guys want to do? Grandmaster Ling is an esteemed guest invited by the Fire Hall Elder. Aren't you guys afraid that the Fire Hall Elder will blame you? Get out of my way. Sun Zheng's position was not low. Although the people in front of him were all popular figures in the sect, he would not provoke them under normal circumstances. But now that the Fire Hall Elder had spoken, he had no reason to back down. Hua Chen shouted in disbelief. Impossible! Why would the Fire Hall Elder want to meet a nobody like him? Sun Zhang was about to say something, but he looked ahead and revealed a happy expression.
He said, "If you don't believe me, then let the Fire Hall Elder talk to you."
Everyone was shocked and turned around to look. They saw an old man walking slowly through the air.
"Greetings, Fire Hall Elder." The four people's expressions changed, and they immediately greeted the old man. "Fire Hall Elder, Grandmaster Ling is here." Sun Zhang cupped his hands and said to the Fire Hall Elder.
Ling Xiao bowed slightly to Hua Tang as a form of greeting to him.
"Well, it's good that you're here."
The Fire Hall Elder smiled and nodded. Then his gaze fell on Hua Chen and the others. He said, "Are you guys very free? Do you want me to go talk to your master and let you go plant spirit herbs for a few years?" Fire Hall Elder, you're too serious. We're just playing with Ling Xiao. We'll leave now.
The middle-aged man waved his hand and said.
Then, he signaled his fellow apprentices with his eyes and left first. Hua Chen also knew that with the Fire Hall Elder's appearance, it was impossible for him to get back at them. He could only leave unwillingly. However, he already had a plan in his heart. He wouldn't let Ling Xiao go so easily. They have some achievements, but they've become arrogant. It seems that they've been at ease for too long. The Fire Hall Elder sighed. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Little friend Ling." "No, it should be Grandmaster Ling. I already know about your performance in the pill gathering." Even the supervising elder was alarmed. "It's amazing."
Ling Xiao said humbly, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you."
Hee, young man, you don't have to be so modest. The elixir gathering grand competition has been held countless times, but there are very few who can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat like you. Your ability makes us old fellows feel ashamed. Hua Tang laughed, then said to Sun Zheng, "Sun Zheng, it's rare for you to come back, so why don't you take a stroll around? I have some things to say to little friend Ling, so I'll trouble you when we get out." Sun Zheng nodded, then turned around and flew in a certain direction.
He was very surprised at the attitude the Fire Hall Elder had towards Ling Xiao. Could it be that this kid is really the successor of the evil emperor?
Otherwise, how could the Fire Hall Elder be so enthusiastic towards him? After Sun Zheng left, Ling Xiao went straight to the point. "Senior, I wonder why you're looking for me?" When he first entered the medicine capital, the Fire Hall had invited him to the medicine sect. He really didn't understand what the Fire Hall was trying to do. Hua Tang stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "It's not that this old man is looking for you, it's someone else. Come with me." With that, he brought Ling Xiao in another direction. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately followed Hua Tang. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a small mountain range. This small mountain range was very strange. The mountains and rocks were all golden in color, and the trees and flowers that grew on them were also golden in color. From afar, it looked like a golden ocean, which was a very spectacular sight. Other than that, the temperature of this area was extremely high. Ordinary warriors would not be able to withstand the heat if they were to approach. However, for warriors who cultivated the fire attribute, it was an excellent place to cultivate. Arriving here, Ling Xiao felt that the demon blue fire bead was jumping extremely violently. It almost flew out of his sea of consciousness uncontrollably. Golden nether bead. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. Hua Tang turned his head to look at Ling Xiao and said in astonishment, "Little friend, you can actually sense the existence of the golden nether bead?" Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "I've long heard that the medicine sect has a heavenly fire. Looking at the situation here, other than the golden nether bead that can create such a spectacle, what else can have such power?" Hua Tang nodded, then bowed towards the golden mountain range and said faintly, "Old sect leader, little friend Ling has arrived." Old sect leader? Ling Xiao looked at Hua Tang in surprise. He never thought that Hua Tang would actually bring him to see his old sect leader. What was going on? After a long while an old voice sounded, "En, you can leave first." Hua Tang bowed and no longer paid any attention to Ling Xiao. He actually turned around and left. Ugh! Senior, what's going on? Ling Xiao called out as he looked at the departing Hua Tang. Hua Tang did not reply, but a voice came from the mountain range again. "Come in, I'll answer your questions." Just as the voice fell, a 1-meter-wide path appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This path did not have the slightest bit of golden color,
nor did it have the slightest bit of high-temperature energy. It was as if it had been carved out of thin air.
Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed the path and walked in. The deeper he went, the more the demon blue fire bead jumped. Quiet down. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and completely suppressed the demon blue fire bead. Ling Xiao walked for a whole hour before he reached the end. At the same time, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged in front of him. Ling Xiao focused his green eyes, wanting to see the figure's face clearly. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to see the figure's face.
It was as if there was a thin layer of mist in front of him.
"Greetings, senior." Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze and bowed slightly to the figure. A person that Hua Tang referred to as the old sect master must be a famous figure on the same level as the medicine school's ancestor. Ling Xiao had no choice but to treat him with caution. Suddenly, a ball of golden flames shot toward Ling Xiao. This golden dragon-like flame came so suddenly that Ling Xiao was not prepared at all. His body was immediately burned by the golden flames. Ah! The terrifying flames instantly charred Ling Xiao's skin and flesh, causing him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, the demon blue fire in his body rushed out in an instant and swallowed and expelled the golden flames, making it difficult for them to continue burning. However, the power of these golden flames was terrifying. They were not afraid of the demon blue fire and were not immediately swallowed. Fortunately, the demon blue fire had enough energy to expel the golden flames from Ling Xiao's body. The two types of flames tangled with each other in midair. Ling Xiao looked at his charred skin and cursed, "F***ck, it's all burnt." He immediately circulated the ancient emperor's divine technique and healed his necrotic skin and flesh. At this moment, two more golden fire dragons flew out from the figure's direction and pounced toward him. "Damn it, again? Do you think this young master is easy to bully?" Ling Xiao scolded as he struck out with both of his palms. The blue flames also took the form of a dragon to fight against the golden flames. "What are you trying to do? Do you really want to harm me?" Ling Xiao yelled at the figure. He was ready to summon the earth-flaming tiger at any moment. The figure still did not speak, but another wisp of golden flames flew out. "Looks like you're really forcing me to fall out with you." Ling Xiao revealed a ruthless look. The demon blue fire pearl's energy began to erupt, forming balls of blue flames with him as the center. They wrapped around him in layers and prevented the golden flames from hurting him. At the same time, he also began to counterattack. Balls of terrifying blue flames formed a huge energy that blasted toward the figure. Unfortunately, his blue flames seemed to be blocked by an invisible screen, preventing his energy from burning forward at all. "Hee, looks like you really have a heavenly jewel." The figure finally spoke. "Earth-flaming tiger, come out." Ling Xiao could not care less. He immediately roared and summoned the earth-flaming tiger. Chapter 7:13. The Golden Mountain Range was scorching hot, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. In this mountain range, beams of blue light shot up into the sky, presenting a breathtaking scene in this golden mountain range. Under the blue light, an extremely handsome young man was staring at the shadow in front of him, feeling a chill. Ling Xiao thought that the medicine gate had no ill intentions, but he did not expect them to lure him to such a dangerous place, harm him, and even plot to snatch his heavenly jewels. He had no choice but to summon the earth-flaming tiger. The earth-flaming tiger was a fire attribute spirit beast. As soon as it appeared, it immediately sensed the strangeness of this mountain range. "Young master, where exactly is this? I sense that this flame is actually not weaker than my race's divine fire. It's an existence that makes me feel threatened," the earth-flaming tiger said with a frown. "Cut the crap. Take down the old man in front of me first, then we'll discuss this properly." Ling Xiao shouted anxiously. Any later and he would be killed. In his sea of consciousness, there was not only the blue demon fire bead, but also the Connate wind bead and the tree of immortality. These were unique treasures that any peerless powerhouse would covet. He did not want to hand over these unique treasures to others. The earth-flaming tiger did not say anything else. A tiger fist blasted towards the figure in front of it. Rumble! The invisible barrier in front of it immediately disintegrated under this punch, but the tiger fist continued to blast forward. It's actually a Class 8 spirit beast in human form?" the figure said in surprise. When the tiger fist smashed onto the figure actually automatically disappeared. The earth-flaming tiger was stunned for a moment, then it roared towards the sky. Roar! An earth-shattering tiger roar reverberated through the air, causing the surroundings to sway and sway. Then, he looked up and stomped his feet. His entire body bounced up into the air, and another ferocious tiger fist smashed into the void. The fire tiger was like the king of beasts, its front claws tearing the void apart. Not bad. You actually found my existence. In the void, that person responded. A tall and thin figure appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao. This old man had a dignified appearance. His face was ruddy, his eyes were like lightning, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. Judging from his current appearance, he was a typical handsome man when he was young. He clasped his hands behind his back, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. When the fire tiger was a meter away from him, it automatically disappeared. The earth-flaming tiger seemed to have sensed how terrifying this person was and shouted at Ling Xiao, "Young master, quickly escape, this human is very powerful." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked the old man once more. Several huge ferocious tigers appeared out of thin air and pounced towards the old man, trying to bite him into pieces. "Don't be nervous, I'm not disgusted." The old man smiled and waved his hand. Several golden flames shot out. When the golden flames came into contact with the ferocious tigers, they immediately dispersed. It was as if these ferocious tigers were made of paper in his eyes. Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb when he saw this scene. If the earth-flaming tiger wasn't a match for this old man, would he still be alive? This old man was at the saint realm, and he wasn't an ordinary low-level saint either. He might even be at a higher level. An existence at this level already stood at the peak of all the martial artists in the Central Territory, and there were very few who could rival him. When he thought up to this point, Ling Xiao was afraid, and he started to retreat. He had to leave as soon as possible, otherwise, he would die a graveless death. "Alas, I told you that I have no ill intentions. Move aside for now, you tiger." The old man sighed lightly, and his figure started to move. His palm slapped out with a shapeless gale, and it blasted the earth-flaming tiger flying far away. Ling Xiao couldn't care less anymore. He started to run, and that was the fastest speed he'd ever run. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was still unable to outrun the old man's palm. The old man appeared before Ling Xiao and said with a faint smile, "Stop running. Even though your speed isn't bad, it's still far from enough." Dang! Ling Xiao stopped moving and roared as he drew out all his mental energy. The shapeless and formless mental energy attack formed a powerful storm that blasted towards the old man. When facing an opponent of this level, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. The old man's eyelids twitched in surprise. It's actually an offensive secret technique of the soul race. When Ling Xiao's attack blasted towards him, the old man's figure actually became blurry. It turned out that it was only an afterimage, and the mental energy attack actually didn't hit the old man. Ling Xiao was greatly shocked, and he immediately tried to sense the old man's presence. "Young master, be careful. He's behind you." The earth-flaming tiger flew back and roared in alarm. At the same time, it flashed towards Ling Xiao. In the next moment, Ling Xiao felt his shoulder being patted lightly, and Ling Xiao's entire body went cold. It's over. If the old man just raised his hand lightly, he would probably die immediately. This feeling of death was so close. "Hurry up and release the young master." The earth-flaming tiger roared as it attacked the old man with all its might. The old man didn't even turn his head as he countered with a palm strike, blocking the earth-flaming tiger's ferocious punch. Bang! The terrifying gust of wind caused the surrounding golden rocks to fly into the air. The person who blocked the punch remained motionless in the same place. Only his sleeves fluttered a little, but the earth-flaming tiger that was swinging its fist was sent flying far away like a cannonball. "A tiger like you isn't my match. Don't waste your energy. Moreover, I don't want to hurt this little fellow. Otherwise, how could he still be alive?" The old man said faintly, his tone filled with an unquestionable tone. Ling Xiao also knew that he couldn't escape this calamity, so he simply stopped resisting. He said to the earth-flaming tiger, "Forget it. Let's see what he wants to do to me." Ling Xiao was incomparably sad in his heart. His strength had been constantly soaring these past few years, and he also had the help of many capable experts by his side, allowing his journey to be smooth sailing.
The conceit in his heart couldn't help but swell a little, and he always felt that his battle strength was at the peak of the central region.
But now, he was like an ant in the eyes of others, and he could be crushed at any time. Relax a little. This old man doesn't have any ill intentions. I was just testing you just now.
The old man patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as he said.
Then, he grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder and dashed towards the depths of the mountain range.
In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had arrived at another place.
The earth-flaming tiger also quickly followed. The temperature here was even hotter than where they were previously.
The surrounding golden flames constantly swayed, and the air seemed to have been burned into a vacuum.
There were dense and mysterious runes on the ground, as if something terrifying was sealed beneath the ground. Before this, the old man couldn't help but produce layers of nether protection light in front of him, isolating the golden flames. The demon blue fire bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness pulsed even more violently.
The dark golden bead is here,
Ling Xiao exclaimed.
The old man looked at the sealed underground and nodded lightly.
That's right, the dark golden bead is here, but it will come out very soon. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. He didn't understand why the medicine school didn't put it away, and instead sealed it here. Could it be for the exclusive use of the medicine school's disciples for cultivation? The old man seemed to be able to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts, and said indifferently, "It is indeed for the exclusive use of the medicine school's disciples for cultivation, but we didn't expect it to grow so quickly. In less than 10,000 years, it's actually going to break the seal here. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for our medicine school." Ling Xiao still didn't understand the old man's words. The power of the heavenly jewel was indeed terrifying. But it shouldn't be enough to make a saint-level expert helpless, right? Back then, he was able to subdue the innate wind bead with just a profound practitioner, and later on, he was able to take down the demon blue fire bead. Whether or not your medicine school is in trouble is none of my business, Ling Xiao thought to himself.
The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said solemnly, "The reason I asked you to come to the medicine school is not to snatch your heavenly jewel, but to let you take away the dark golden bead, or
you can help me weaken its power and seal it again. Only then will our medicine school be able to survive." Take away the dark golden bead?
Ling Xiao looked at the old man with his mouth wide open and exclaimed.
He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears, and that he had misheard. Every heavenly jewel was a peerless treasure, and was the source of energy that any martial artist would pursue. How could he just give it away like that? Wasn't this gift a little too big?
The old man nodded and said, "That's right. If you have the ability to take it away, then take it away.
After all, it belongs to you in the first place." Ling Xiao was confused. What did he mean by it belonged to him in the first place? He really didn't understand what this old man meant.
He couldn't help but suspect. Could it be that this old man is mentally ill?
You don't have to doubt my words. This dark golden bead originally belonged to your master, the evil emperor. It was your master who gave it to me back then. Now that you've taken it away, it's only right and proper.
The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said seriously,
"What? This is my master's?" Ling Xiao was shocked.
He never thought that this dark golden bead would actually be related to his master, the evil emperor.
"Actually, according to seniority, you should call me Martial Uncle," the old man said again. When Ling Xiao heard this, he opened his mouth wide and was completely speechless. This old man's words were simply shocking. Ling Xiao and the evil emperor had only known each other for a year. The evil emperor had taught him the cultivation method of the unique technique and also taught him a lot of battle experience, but he had never mentioned anything about his life or any of his friends. Now that a martial uncle had suddenly appeared, Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't wrap his head around it. After a long while, Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and said, "My master, is he also a member of the medicine sect?" The old man shook his head lightly and said, "No, but he is my sworn big brother, which is also my boss. If it wasn't for him back then, I wouldn't have been able to reach this realm. Unfortunately, Big Brother has already gone to the heaven realm first, and I am still here with my worries." As he said that, his old face revealed an expression of endless nostalgia, and he continued, When he came back a few years ago, he could have helped me suppress the dark golden bead, but he knew that you were an alchemist, so he didn't do anything. He said that this problem was up to you to decide. If you have the ability to take it away, I won't stop you, because this dark golden bead belongs to Big Brother. Chapter 7:14. Many questions had popped up in Ling Xiao's mind before this. He did not understand why the fire hall had asked him to come to the medicine sect. He had thought of many possibilities before he came. He once thought that the medicine sect might want to harm him, and he also thought that the fire hall might invite him to join the medicine sect and become a part of it. When the old man saw his heavenly fire just now, he thought that the old man wanted to steal his heavenly jewels. However, when the old man said that he was his master's sworn brother and that he wanted him to call him martial uncle, this was completely out of Ling Xiao's expectations. He could not help but think, if I call him martial uncle, won't the disciples of the medicine sect have to call me martial granduncle? Waha, this seems like a pretty good identity. Are you really my martial uncle? Ling Xiao asked with some speculation. The old man smiled faintly and said, there's no need for me to lie to you. I was fortunate enough to get to know your master when I was young, and we roamed the world together for a period of time. However, your master is used to being alone and has many female friends all over the world. We brothers only see each other once every few years or even decades. He paused for a moment before continuing. A few years ago, when he came to look for me, I hadn't seen him for thousands of years. I guessed that he must have gone to the heaven domain, but I never thought that he would come back and take you as his disciple. But, martial uncle, my master came to look for you. Why did you only come to look for me now? Ling Xiao continued to ask. He had to stay calm and not be fooled so easily. If he was sold, he would still foolishly count the money for the other party. When I heard that Big Brother had taken you as his disciple, I really wanted to bring you to the medicine sect so that you could cultivate better. However, your master said to let you grow on your own. He believed that you wouldn't rely on anyone to become stronger and that you would be more youthful than your master. This is the first time I've heard Big Brother say that about someone. The old man sighed. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed and said, Hee, that was just master's nonsense. You can't take it seriously. You can't take it seriously. Although he said that, he was secretly overjoyed. In his memory, his master had always been very dignified. He was extremely strict with him and his people, but he had never heard of him praising anyone. However, after hearing the old man's words, he already believed that the relationship between the old man and his master was real. Otherwise, there was no need for him to explain so much to him. Moreover, those words were in line with his master's personality. Ling Xiao cut to the chase. Then why did you want me to come here, martial uncle? Although this golden serene pearl is powerful, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Ling Xiao immediately changed the way he addressed him. He called him martial uncle, which was very intimate. Thinking of the beautiful fantasy in his mind, he said, now that you're my martial uncle, you should at least give me something later. I'm not very greedy. Just give me a few hundred spiritual herbs of the 7th or 8th grade and tens of millions of upper-grade Xian crystals. If the elders or disciples of the medicine gate were to hear this, they would probably be so angry that they would swallow blood. If this was not greedy, then there was no one in the world who was greedy. I've said it before, the golden serene pearl was originally discovered by your master, and he was the one who gave it to me back then. It's only natural for you to take it back now, and this is also your master's intention. Moreover, I no longer have the ability to suppress the golden serene pearl, the old man replied. You don't have the ability to suppress the golden serene pearl? How is that possible? Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Later on, your master gave it to me, but I didn't refine it, but sealed it under this mountain range. At that time, there was already an extremely high-ranking earth-level fire in this mountain range, and I thought that there wouldn't be any changes if the two flames were sealed. Who knew that the situation would be out of my expectations, and after nearly 10,000 years, that earth-level fire was actually devoured by the golden serene fire bit by bit, and after these years, its energy has once again skyrocketed, and it has already begun to have a human nature. It is already impossible for me to subdue it or suppress it, unless I destroy it, but that would be too much of a pity. When your master returned a few years ago, I originally wanted him to suppress it again, but your master said that he would leave this matter to you. It seems that he has already planned to let you continue this golden serene pearl. When the old man said this, he clearly revealed a hint of reluctance. The reason why he did not refine the golden serene pearl back then, and had always sealed it in this mountain range, was because he wanted it to benefit the disciples of the medicine sect, allowing them to grasp a better alchemy flame. For example, the few strands of heavenly fire energy from the fire dust were refined from this mountain range. Although its power was very different from a true heavenly fire, it was countless times stronger than ordinary flames, and was extremely suitable for alchemy. Now, if Ling Xiao had the ability to take away the golden serene pearl, then it would be impossible for the disciples of the medicine sect to obtain the heavenly fire energy in the future. This was also what the old man did not want to see in his heart. However, he had once told the evil emperor that if the evil emperor wanted to take away the golden serene pearl one day, he would definitely not say a word. However, when it really came down to it, his heart was very conflicted. Ling Xiao was naturally unable to guess the old man's thoughts. In his heart, he was debating whether he should take the golden serene pearl or not. This was a heavenly jewel that even saint-level experts feared, and its grade might be much higher than the blue demon fire bead. Before this, he had been able to obtain the connate wind pearl because it had automatically recognized him as its master, while the blue demon fire bead had paid the price of his life to barely keep it. It could be said that he was extremely lucky. If he had to do it all over again, he would rather not have the blue demon fire bead because he was not confident that he could subdue it again. Moreover, he already had 2 heavenly jewels in his sea of consciousness, and he also had the tree of immortality. Could he still let the golden serene pearl exist in his sea of consciousness? If he were to give it up, it was a rare heavenly jewel in the world, a treasure that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. It would make his heart ache. This was undoubtedly a very difficult decision. Senior uncle, didn't you say that I could help you seal it again? Ling Xiao asked, holding his chin. A hint of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes. Are you sure you want to seal it? And not take it away? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. I already have 1 heavenly jewel, and it is difficult for 2 to coexist. If I refine it again, I'm afraid that I will be refined by it first. Ling Xiao was not lying. He did not have the confidence to let another heavenly jewel reside in his sea of consciousness. The old man continued, although the 2 jewels cannot coexist, one of them can absorb the energy of the other, and then evolve. When the 2 jewels fuse together, their power will be terrifying. Don't you want to become even stronger? Ling Xiao shook his head. One cannot be too greedy, or else one will die without knowing what happened. The old man looked at Ling Xiao with delight. Good, it's rare that you know how to make such a choice. Big brother did not misjudge you. Then stay and help me seal it. Once this is done, senior uncle will definitely give you a big gift. The old man was completely relieved after hearing Ling Xiao's words. As long as the golden splitting bead could continue to be kept in their medicine sect, it would always be beneficial to their development. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could make such a decision. He sighed in his heart, as expected of the disciple that Big Brother has set his eyes on. This breadth of mind is not something that ordinary people can compare to. How should I cooperate with Martial Uncle? Ling Xiao asked. This is very simple. After I remove the seal here, you can help me suppress it for an hour so that we have enough time to set up a new seal. That will do, the old man said. Suppress it for an hour? I don't know if I can do that. Ling Xiao replied awkwardly. From the feedback from the demon blue fire bead, he knew that the golden splitting bead was much stronger than the demon blue fire bead. Its previous impulse was not to devour the golden splitting bead, but to escape as soon as possible so that it would not be devoured by the golden splitting bead. After receiving this information, Ling Xiao lost even more confidence in subduing the golden splitting bead. Asking him to block the golden splitting bead was no different from throwing his life away. You don't have to worry. No matter how bad your heavenly fire is, it can still fight against the golden splitting bead for an hour. Moreover, with this tiger here, I believe that it won't be a problem. The old man comforted him. Ling Xiao hesitated again and again, calculating in his heart. No matter what, he is still my martial uncle. Since he has already spoken, how can I not help? Moreover, Master has already expected this day. He should also think that I can suppress this golden splitting bead. Damn it, I'll go all out. This time, I helped martial uncle, which means that the medicine sect owes me a favor. This should be worth it. All right, I'll listen to martial uncle's arrangements. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and replied. The old man nodded his head in gratification, then said faintly, "Senior brothers, come over. Martial nephew has agreed." As soon as his voice fell, the expressions of Ling Xiao and the earthly flaming tiger changed. How could they have imagined that there would be people nearby? 4 old men walked out from 4 directions. Looking at their aged appearance, one could imagine that they were old monsters that had existed for more than 10,000 years. These 4 old men did not have the slightest fluctuation of aura. As they stood there, it was as if they were separated from this side of the world, making it impossible for others to sense their existence. One of the old men grinned and said, "Kid, you know how to choose. Not bad. In the future, the medicine sect will definitely be your backing." Another old man said, "Not bad. There aren't many kids who aren't greedy these days. You happen to be one of them." Ling Xiao bowed slightly and said, "Seniors, you flatter me." His heart was in turmoil as he exclaimed, "The medicine sect's foundation is too terrifying. Even if these 4 aren't true saints, they are at least half saints." "All right, senior brothers, are you ready? I'm going to unseal this seal," the old man said indifferently. "Let's do it. With us old fellows here, it won't be able to cause any trouble." "That's right. Moreover, with the suppression of this kid's heavenly fire, it will definitely be sealed for another 10,000 years. Chapter 7:15. Ling Zhao's martial uncle was called Hua Qianzhong. He was the old master of the medicine sect and the most outstanding person in the last 10,000 years. Not only was he a saint-level powerhouse, but he was also an 8th-grade medicine saint. He was the most respected person in the central region. He was on equal footing with the old monsters of the spirit martial court and above. Even the people of the Black Demon sect didn't dare to provoke the medicine sect. This was because of his existence. It was also because of this old master's seclusion that the medicine sect's status was inferior to the Black Demon sect. Otherwise, the medicine sect's ranking would definitely be higher than the Black Demon sect. Hua Qianzhong flew up and looked at the floating runes on the ground with a solemn expression. He raised his hands slightly and the palms of a young man started to move quickly. "Break it!" Hua Qianzhong roared. The energy on his palms split into several directions and attacked the formation's eye. The energy in the formation's eye was already very weak. Even if he did not destroy the formation's eye now, it would not take long before the golden rift flame broke through. Now that he had broken the formation one step ahead, he wanted to set up an even larger formation to seal the golden rift flame again. The 4 saints of the medicine sect had already separated into several corners. They were all ready to set up the formation's runes at any time. Ling Xiao and the flaming tiger were also watching nervously from the side. Rumble! When the formation's eye was destroyed, golden waves of fire rushed out from the ground and rushed towards the people in the sky like a tide. The space around the medicine sect began to shake, as if it would collapse at any moment. The disciples of the medicine sect looked extremely shocked. What happened? Why is it shaking all of a sudden? It's coming from the Golden Crack Mountain range. Did something happen there? It can't be. It said that there's a supreme elder there. It should be fine. I heard that the Golden Crack Mountain range was exploding. Could it be that the Golden Rift flame is about to break out of the seal? The disciples of the medicine sect became nervous. They had lived here for a very long time, and nothing like this had ever happened. How could they not panic when the earth suddenly shook and the mountains swayed? Hua Tang flew into the sky and quietly said, "Everyone, there's no need to panic. No one is allowed to approach the Golden Crack Mountain range for now. The sect master and the grand elders are currently setting up a new formation, and things will calm down soon." Now that Hall Master Hua had spoken, the medicine sect's disciples fell silent. They could not help but stare curiously at the terrifying energy surging from the Golden Crack Mountain range. The seal had been broken, and a figure gradually condensed above the waves of fire. This person looked very young, very handsome, and had a strange smile on his face. His entire body flickered with golden flames, and his face had an arrogant expression. Ling Xiao looked at the flaming man. His eyes filled with a sense of familiarity. It looks like Master. Ling Xiao carefully looked at the flaming man's facial features and realized that it actually looked quite similar to his master, the demonic emperor.
This must be the golden rift flame bead that had transformed into his master's youthful appearance. Hua Qianzhong's expression turned solemn as he shouted, "For senior brothers, what are you waiting for?"
Martial nephew Ling, quickly suppress it. Hearing Hua Qianzhong's shout, Ling Xiao came back to his senses and began to move his palms.
Demon blue flames, go!
The blue flames transformed into 2 fire dragons that bombarded the flaming man.
The flaming man looked at the blue flames with a greedy look in its eyes.
It spread out its palms and actually grabbed at the blue flames. At this moment, Hua Qianzhong and the 4 Medicine Gate Saint experts simultaneously erupted with their strength. Streaks of energy continuously interweaved above the mountain range, forming a dense net that began to form profound and powerful array patterns. The flaming man tore the 2 blue fire dragons apart and actually opened its mouth to swallow the blue flames.
This was simply like a ferocious beast going up against an ordinary domestic animal, unable to withstand a single blow.
Ling Xiao looked at this scene and was shocked. Wow, what a terrifying fellow. It seems like if I don't use my full strength, it'll be hard to suppress it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sent a message to the demon blue flames bead in his sea of consciousness, asking it to come out and use its full strength to deal with the golden rift flame bead. However, at the crucial moment, the demon blue flames bead actually dropped the ball. It actually did not want to obey Ling Xiao's orders and instead wanted to urge Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, after the flaming man swallowed the blue flames, its eyes glowed as it looked at Ling Xiao, as if it was treating Ling Xiao as a delicacy. Its intelligence was already very high. Although it could not open its mouth to speak, its every action was already very human-like. Earth Flaming Tiger, go block it. Ling Xiao said to the Earth Flaming Tiger beside him.
The Earth Flaming Tiger did not say a word and roared as it repeatedly struck out with its tiger fists, blasting towards the flaming man.
The flaming man actually ignored the Earth Flaming Tiger's attacks and directly passed through it, pouncing towards Ling Xiao.
Not good, young master. My attacks have no effect on it.
Earth Flaming Raging Tiger cried out in alarm. Earth Flaming Raging Tiger was a fire attribute spiritual beast, so his attacks were all fire attribute energy. Unlike humans, he could control it as chi force or sword chi, so his energy did not cause any damage to the Emperor of 10,000 Flames. Ling Xiao no longer had the time to respond to the Earth Flaming Raging Tiger, because the flaming man had already pounced on him. He clenched his teeth and said, "Demon Blue Flames, cooperate with me and attack, or else you'll be swallowed by it." After shouting, a powerful blue flame condensed in Ling Xiao's hand and blasted towards the flaming man. The 2 types of flames started to tangle together. Ling Xiao could only try his best to stall for time, so that Hua Qianzhong and the rest could rearrange the array patterns. Unfortunately, he underestimated the terror of the golden rend flame. The energy it emitted made Ling Xiao's hair stand on end. If it wasn't for the demon blue fire bead's protection, he would have been burnt to ashes the moment he came into contact with that aura. However, at this moment, the demon blue fire bead showed stage fright, and this made Ling Xiao feel a sense of crisis. He saw that the blue flames he shot out had become fertilizer for the golden rend flame. After the flaming man swallowed the blue flames, it pounced towards Ling Xiao again. "Damn it! I'll let you have a taste of this young master's power." Ling Xiao shouted in shock, and his miniature square world started to deduce. The appearance of the ancient desolate world was like the opening of a new land. Every tree, every grass, and every flower was in a grey world, and these living things were actually in a state of withering. Countless innate wind baleful chi formed hurricanes, making people feel as if it was the end of the world. At the same time, countless hailstones fell, bringing with them a bone-chilling cold. The 5 saints in the sky saw Ling Xiao's world power, and their eyes revealed a look of shock. They were all saints, and they could sense that Ling Xiao's world power was extraordinary. If it was any other time, they would definitely carefully observe and study this mysterious world power, but they didn't have the time to do so now. With Ling Xiao's mastery of the power of his world, he was able to use the power of his world as his own main attack. The innate wind bead and other objects could restrain the yang heavenly fire, but its energy level was lower than the demon blue fire bead. Ling Xiao didn't want to use it before, but the demon blue fire bead failed him, so he had no choice but to use it. He only hoped that it could last for an hour. The wind bead and hailstones attacked the burning man. The burning man didn't seem to be used to Ling Xiao's new round of attacks, and these attacks were all restraining its energy, so it couldn't react in time. Ling Xiao used all his strength to draw out the innate wind baleful qi, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was using up a lot of energy. Pang! The Burning Man seemed to have gone mad, and it turned back into countless golden flames, burning the wind bead and hailstones until nothing was left. The countless flames turned into countless ferocious beasts, and they pounced at Ling Xiao again. They were astonishingly fast, and they reached Ling Xiao in an instant. They opened their mouths and pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao released countless wind bead to resist the golden flames. He felt like he was in a steamer, and his body felt like it was going to be scorched. This guy is too scary. I'm going to die if this goes on. Ling Xiao thought anxiously. Although the innate wind bead tried its best to resist the golden rending flame, the difference in their levels was too great, and it was slowly being pushed back. Damn it, demon, come out! Ling Xiaofa roared ferociously. Countless spiritual power forcibly drove the blue demon fire bead out. The moment the blue demon fire bead appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it actually flew out without a care. Stop! Ling Xiao used his willpower to stop the blue demon fire bead. The moment the golden rending flame saw the blue demon fire bead, it pounced at it like a hungry wolf. The two peerless flames, one gold and one blue, started to tangle together. Pang pang! The strong fire elemental energy caused the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble again. The earth flaming tiger couldn't stand the energy of the two flames, and it was forced to retreat from the periphery of the golden mountain range. It tried to barge in a few times, but the golden and blue flames made it cry out in pain. The golden rending flame bead was much stronger than the blue demon fire bead, and as the golden flames suppressed the blue flames, the golden light became more and more dazzling, while the blue light became dimmer and dimmer. At this time, Hua Qianzhong shouted from the sky, "Senior brothers, immediately set up the formation core." Following his shout, the Medicine Gate's 4 saints immediately threw out a few grade 8 beast cores. Xiao xiao. More than 10 grade 8 beast cores were scattered in every corner of the fire vein. The 5 saints sped up the engraved profound formation runes, and slowly sealed the 4 fire veins. Martial nephew Ling, quickly keep your heavenly jewel, we're going to seal the golden rending flame bead. Hua Qianzhong shouted at Ling Xiao, who was protected by the innate wind baleful qi. Ling Xiao also knew that Hua Qianzhong and the others had reached a crucial moment, and he had already endured for an hour, so he immediately used his senses to summon the blue demon fire bead back. Unfortunately, the blue demon fire bead was already suppressed by the golden rending flame bead, and was unable to return to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Damn it, why is it like this? Ling Xiao was at a loss. Chapter 7:16. The demon blue fire bead was one of Ling Xiao's biggest trump cards. Other than being a means of attack, it was also a peerless treasure for him to concoct pills. Ling Xiao originally thought that the demon blue fire bead was inferior to the dark gold crack bead in terms of grade, but it shouldn't be a problem for it to last for an hour. However, the demon blue fire bead expressed stage fright from the start, and actually didn't dare to fight against the gold rending bead. Now that he had forced it out, Ling Xiao knew that the blue demon fire bead stage fright wasn't without reason. The gold rend serene bead had completely suppressed the blue demon fire bead. He couldn't summon it back even if he wanted to. Junior nephew Ling, why aren't you summoning your heavenly jewels back? What are you waiting for? Hua Qianzhong exclaimed. If the dark gold splitting pearl reacted and rushed out of this place, all of their efforts would be in vain. My heavenly jewels are being suppressed by the dark gold splitting pearl. I can't summon them back. Wait a moment. Ling Xiao shouted as he summoned the innate wind bead from his sea of consciousness. I don't believe that we can't beat him with 2 against 1. Go. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and ordered the innate wind bead to assist the blue demon fire bead. He definitely didn't want the blue demon fire bead to be devoured, or he would go crazy. There's still a heaven jewel. This kid's luck is heaven-defying. This heavenly jewel exudes a strong baleful qi. It should be the innate sinister wind jewel. I didn't expect this kid to have such a strange jewel. Looks like the successor of the evil emperor is truly extraordinary. The 4 saint-level masters couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Hua Qianzhong was shocked. The 3 heavenly jewels clashed together, 1 gold, 1 blue, 1 gray, the three colors clashing. With the addition of the innate Yin wind bead, the golden Ren dark bead's energy had to be diverted to deal with the innate Yin wind bead. The demon blue fire bead finally had a chance to catch its breath, and its blue flame aura also rose. One gray and one blue pincer attacked the golden flames, but the energy of the golden flames was clearly much stronger than theirs. The three heavenly jewels were locked in a stalemate, and the victor could not be determined for the time being.
If it wasn't for the fact that the energy of the 5 saints was suppressing the area, the medicine school would have been completely destroyed by these 3 energies.
Senior brothers, the array eye has been buried. We need to shrink the array pattern. If we delay any longer, it will dissipate. Hua Qianzhong let out a cry as both of his hands continuously shot out mysterious energy, and his whole body slowly descended. The 4 martial saints did the same and shot out streams of energy. A heavenly net was formed in mid-air, gradually enveloping the mountain range. Martial nephew Ling, hurry up, the array has already been activated. Hua Qianzhong reminded Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao knew the urgency of the situation, and his sea of knowledge kept calling out to the twin jewels, hoping that they would return together. However, the twin pearls seemed to be out of control, and actually didn't listen to him, which made him very anxious. Damn it! What should we do? Ling Xiao thought anxiously, and then he asked Lu Wang in his sea of knowledge for help. Old Lu, do you have a way to make them return? What can this old man do? Their energy far surpasses mine, and they are existences that specialize in restraining my core energy. Everything depends on whether you can interfere with the dark golden split pearl and give them time to catch their breath. Perhaps there will be a chance for them to return. Lu Wang replied. Interfere with it? It's so powerful. How can I interfere with it? Ling Xiao replied. That's right, I can use my spiritual energy. Suddenly, Ling Xiao remembered that his spiritual energy could seep into the 3 energies to attack. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao began to mobilize all his spiritual energy. Go! Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was like a tide, transforming into countless sharp blades that attacked the golden flames. The speed of Ling Xiao's spiritual energy wasn't considered fast, because he wanted to seep his spiritual energy into it to find the true location of the dark golden split pearl and attack it effectively. Spiritual energy was an incorporeal existence, and as it swam in the golden flames, how could it possibly find the center? At this time, the situation of the blue demon fire pearl and the innate Yin wind pearl was getting weaker and weaker, while the dark golden split pearl's energy was constantly rising. It was fighting 1 against 2, but it was actually slowly gaining the upper hand. The dark golden split pearl's energy seemed to be at the top of the heavenly jewels. Junior nephew Ling, what are you doing? Quickly withdraw your heavenly jewels and retreat. Hua Qianzhong shouted once more from high up in the sky. The formation had already been activated, and as long as Ling Xiao left this place, they would be able to seal it. If Ling Xiao didn't leave, he would probably be sealed along with it. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to care about Hua Qianzhong, and his spiritual energy was fully concentrated on the golden energy. Junior brother, what should we do? If this goes on, our formation patterns will disappear, and the formation will no longer exist. One of the saint-level experts said anxiously. Yes, we must seal it immediately. Another saint-level expert replied. But junior nephew Ling is still down there, and his 2 heavenly jewels are also there. Even if we forcefully seal it, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand the damage from the 3 heavenly jewels. Hua Qianzhong said with difficulty. Junior brother is right. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. If the 3 heavenly jewels fight to the death, we old bones won't be able to handle it. Another saint-level expert replied. Just hold on a little longer. If it really doesn't work, we can only seal the 3 heavenly jewels, and think of a way to solve it in the future. Found it! Ling Xiao's spiritual power finally came into contact with the physical energy of the Golden Rift Serene Pearl. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and his spiritual power was continuously transferred over. His powerful spiritual energy continuously bombarded the energy source of the dark golden split pearl. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dark golden split pearl was bombarded by Ling Xiao's spiritual energy, and its energy finally showed signs of collapsing. Ling Xiao didn't think that the dark golden split pearl would be destroyed by him just like that, and his spiritual energy still bombarded it without reservation. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely.
He bit his lips and bitterly held on. The blue demon fire pearl and the innate wind pearl finally started to counterattack at full force. The blue and gray energies continuously weakened the golden flames. The blue demon fire pearl took the opportunity to absorb the lost energy, and even devour the energy of the dark golden split flame. Both of them were the source of fire, and when one pearl devoured the other's energy, it would naturally increase greatly, and from there, it would transform. On the other hand, the innate wind baleful chi was full of energy, and streams of cold corrosive energy continuously bombarded and destroyed the dark golden split flame. It looked like Ling Xiao and the two pearls could suppress the dark golden split pearl together, but the dark golden split pearl's energy was still lingering, and it wasn't something that could be suppressed in a short period of time. Moreover, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was already in a state of exhaustion. However, the dark golden split pearl might have sensed the danger, and actually didn't dare to continue fighting. It retracted its flames, and transformed into a human form, and flew in a certain direction.
Not good, it's going to escape. This formation needs to be sealed immediately, or else it will definitely destroy our medicine sect.
A saint cried out in alarm.
Junior brother, don't hesitate. If it escapes, it will be difficult for our medicine sect to find another heaven pearl in the future. Another saint cried out. Hua Qianzhong also realized the severity of the situation, and shouted to Ling Xiao, "Martial nephew Ling, quickly retreat." Ling Xiao didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately summoned the two pearls back, and quickly flew towards the periphery. "Seal it for me!" Hua Qianzhong roared in the sky, and both of his hands started to dance. Formation patterns flashed incessantly, and started to converge with the formation patterns of the other four saint-level experts. At the same time, the power of the level 8 beast cores in the surroundings also started to move, and intertwined with the formation patterns, forming the true power of the heaven net, and started to seal the mountain range. The fiery man transformed from the dark golden split pearl crashed into the formation patterns, but was unable to break through, and was unable to escape. In another direction, the two pearls had already returned to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and they had already escaped through the gap that Hua Qianzhong and the others had purposely left behind. "Seal!" The 5 saint-level experts shouted in unison, and countless amounts of energy converged together, and the formation pattern light screen was already about to suppress the original mountain range. The fiery man actually revealed an incomparably shocked expression. It looked towards the sky, and then looked at Ling Xiao who was about to escape through the gap, and a sinister expression actually appeared on its face. It waved its hand, and the ground a few thousand meters away actually surged with flames, blocking Ling Xiao's path. This mountain range had always been sealed with the dark golden split pearl, and the energy of the golden flames within several tens of thousands of li were all used by it. The powerful golden flames formed layers upon layers of thick barriers, and the fierce flames burned and injured people. "It actually wants to make me stay behind to accompany you in death. This bastard's intelligence is really high." Ling Xiao cursed inwardly, and used the demon blue flame diagram to directly pass through the golden flames. But at this time, the golden flames actually changed again, and formed a giant palm that fiercely slapped towards Ling Xiao. "No!" Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, and all his energy once again gathered together to attack the giant palm of golden flames. Rumble! Rumble! 2 consecutive explosions rang out. A terrifying light screen blossomed with a dazzling light, illuminating the space of the medicine sect. The space also trembled non-stop, as if there was a magnitude 8 earthquake. It was as if everything here would be destroyed before it would be willing to give up. Countless formation pattern energy and golden flame energy reflected more than half of the sky, and its aura was extremely grand and majestic. In the middle of the golden mountain range, a huge pit that was so deep that the ground could not be seen was blasted out. Countless formation patterns formed a barrier, sealing it layer by layer. After a long while, the huge pit began to close up and close. Everyone in the medicine sect clearly felt a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing their minds to completely panic. What the hell is going on? Is the dark golden split pearl about to break out of the seal? It's possible. Otherwise, how could it cause such a huge tremor? Moreover, the temperature is so high, it's really hot. Why don't we leave the sect first and hide outside? We'll come back after we've calmed down. Bastard, how can you be so cowardly? When the sect is in trouble, we must advance and retreat together with the sect. Everyone, don't panic. Chapter 717. When that terrifying amount of energy was completely sealed, the medicine sect regained its peace, but the scorching energy did not completely dissipate. Fortunately, the people of the medicine sect were all fire attribute alchemists, so they were not afraid of the heat. Instead, it allowed them to better absorb the fire attribute energy for their own use. The panic from before was swept away at this moment. Everyone cherished the hard-earned heavenly fire energy, and immediately sat down excitedly to absorb the dense fire attribute energy. At the location of the formation seal, Huaqianzhong and the other 4 saints looked down at the ground that had been completely sealed. Their faces revealed expressions of guilt and pity.
Was it sealed as well? A saint muttered.
A saint at the side sighed heavily and said, "That's right, that golden serene pearl is too cunning." Before it was sealed, it did not forget to pull its opponent down. What should we do now? Once the seal is formed, it will be a huge loss for our medicine sect if it is unsealed again. That's right, the level 8 beast core we used was already our highest level. Only then can we seal it for a long time. We definitely can't unseal it again. Moreover, we have to think of the sect's disciples. The 4 saints spoke one after another. From their words, it seemed like they did not support unsealing it again. Once the seal was unsealed, they would not have enough power to seal it again. Of course, they also had their own selfish motives. By sealing the golden serene pearl here, the disciples of the medicine sect could all benefit. Moreover, not only did they seal the golden serene pearl, there was also the demon blue fire pearl and the innate wind pearl. Although they did not know if it was a blessing or a curse, they were still ecstatic with the 3 great treasures here. People were all extremely greedy, and if they did not take advantage of an opportunity, they would be bastards. Right now, they could not be bothered to care about Ling Xiao's life or death. Although they knew that Ling Xiao was the disciple of the evil emperor had already gone to the heaven domain and could not return, so they did not need to care too much. Only Huaqianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. He only stared blankly at the bottom of the seal, as if there was an unspeakable pain. Huaqianzhong and the demonic emperor were sworn brothers, and he had once followed the demonic emperor for a period of time. This was also the reason why the demonic emperor had given the golden rending nether pearl to Huaqianzhong. Back then, Huaqianzhong had made a heavy promise that if the evil emperor were to take it back in the future, he would definitely not object. Now, his disciple did not even think of taking back the golden cleave dark pearl, and even helped them seal the golden cleave dark pearl with all her might. But now, there was an unforeseen event. The golden rending dark pearl blocked Ling Xiao's escape, and they were sealed here together. Huaqianzhong didn't know what to do. If the seal was lifted, it would be another disaster for the medicine sect. At the same time, it would be a huge loss. If the seal was not lifted, Ling Xiao would probably be in danger. To unseal or not to seal, this caused Huaqianzhong to be in a dilemma.
At this moment, the earth-flaming tiger flew over from afar and roared, "Where's my young master?
What did you do to him?" What the earth-flaming tiger really cared about was not Ling Xiao's life or death, but the life or death of the prince in Ling Xiao's medicine cauldron. He was sent out to protect the prince's safety, but now because of Ling Xiao, the prince was in danger. This made him incomparably furious. If anything happened to the prince, he didn't need to continue living in this world. When the earth-flaming tiger saw that no one said anything, his gaze fell on the formation patterns on the ground. He seemed to have thought of something, and with a loud roar countless ferocious tiger fists smashed towards the ground. Boom boom boom. The powerful tiger fists smashed under the formation patterns, emitting a loud explosion. Unfortunately, they were all repelled by the formation's energy, and were unable to destroy the formation patterns. The earth-flaming tiger was a spirit beast after all, and its intelligence was far inferior to humans. It also didn't know anything about formations. If he destroyed the formation's eye, the formation would be lifted. Although the formation was not broken, it gave the medicine sect's saints a big fright. "Stop! How dare you act so presumptuously in our medicine sect? You must be tired of living!" One of the saints roared. In a flash, he appeared in front of the earth-flaming tiger and slapped it hard with his palm. The earth-flaming tiger turned around and met the saint's fist with a punch. The fist and palm collided, emitting a powerful energy explosion. The medicine sect saint was sent flying far away by the earth-flaming tiger. In comparison, the earth-flaming tiger was stronger than him. Let's attack together. We can't let him destroy the formation patterns. The saint exclaimed to his fellow disciples, and at the same time, he attacked the earth-flaming tiger again. The other 3 saints did not hesitate and attacked the earth-flaming saint at the same time. Every punch and palm of a saint-level almighty expert contained a great amount of energy of the world. They had a very thorough understanding of the space between heaven and earth. At the same time, they had also reached the realm of returning to one's natural state. Their seemingly ordinary attacks had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The earth-flaming tiger's brute force was shocking, and it sent out hundreds of ferocious tigers that pounced in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle between the 5 peerless experts caused the space around the medicine sect to tremble once again. However, the crowd was no longer as panicked as before. They seemed to be used to being shocked, and they felt that with the great supreme elder around, they would not discover any great danger. Roar! However, an earth-shattering tiger roar still made them feel a chill run down their spines. Where did this tiger roar come from? It's so terrifying. It's like the king of tigers. Could it be that a peak 7th order spirit beast has appeared? It might be more than 7th order. Could it be that a terrifying beast has been born in the Golden Crack mountain range? That's possible, but it has nothing to do with us. With the great supreme elder around, I think nothing will happen. Moreover, the old sect master has been in seclusion there all year round. That's right. Let's quickly absorb the energy of these golden flames. I feel that the firepower in my body has increased. As the earth-flaming tiger roared in shock, he changed back to his true form. Only by changing back to his true form could he unleash his true strength. A tiger king that was nearly 100 meters long appeared in front of them. Its terrifying might could make any martial artist below the saint level feel their legs turn to jelly. If you don't release the young master, all of you will die. The earth-flaming tiger roared, and its huge body pounced towards one of the saints to bite. Its speed was like lightning as it tore through the space. Its huge mouth was filled with a strong bloodlust. The 4 saints did not dare to be careless, and they all took out their half-step saint weapons. Waves of terrifying fire attribute attacks dyed the sky red, and the frightening attack waves even destroyed the nearby mountains. Even with 4 against 1, it was still very difficult for them to take down the earth-flaming tiger at the peak of the 8th order. After all, the physical strength of a spirit beast was much stronger. Moreover, although the 4 of them were saints, they were all attributed alchemists. In the process of leveling up, they mostly used medicinal pills, so their foundations were not too deep. Now, they had almost no room for improvement, so it was not surprising that there was a gap between their battle strength and that of the earth-flaming tiger. The 4 saints were forced into a very difficult situation by the earth-flaming tiger. One of them had even been ruthlessly swept by the tiger's tail, and was already heavily injured. The other 3 had also received quite a few light injuries. The earth-flaming tiger's body also had many scars, but its battle strength had not weakened at all. If this continued, the 4 saints would definitely be killed by the earth-flaming tiger. Just as the earth-flaming tiger was about to bite and kill that heavily injured saint, a figure blocked in front of it. That's enough. This matter ends here. Hua Qianzhong raised his hand in front of the earth-flaming tiger, making it difficult for it to advance any further. Bastard, if you don't release the young master, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Just wait for the arrival of my imperial army. The earth-flaming tiger roared angrily. Its strength increased once again as it charged towards Hua Qianzhong. Hua Qianzhong sighed heavily and said, "This matter is what our medicine sect owes Big Brother and Martial Nephew Ling. In the future, when I have the chance to see Big Brother again, Qianzhong will definitely use my life to atone for our sins." He thought that the imperial army that the earth-flaming tiger spoke of had something to do with the demonic emperor, so he responded in this manner. "Humph, you humans are just too cunning. I won't believe you. Quickly release the young master, or else I will make all of you pay with your lives." The earth-flaming tiger coldly snorted. Following that, it did not fight Hua Qianzhong head-on. It turned around and flew towards the medicine sect disciples in the distance. It planned to turn the medicine sect upside down and make Hua Qianzhong and the others release Ling Xiao. If it was any later, it was afraid that something bad would happen to His Highness. "Junior brother, quickly stop it." A saint immediately cried out anxiously to Hua Qianzhong. If the earth-flaming tiger reached them, their medicine sect would probably be destroyed. Hua Qianzhong had already made his move.
Before the earth-flaming tiger could even move a kilometer away, Hua Qianzhong was already on top of its head and said, "If you insist on doing this, then I can only suppress you here."
The earth-flaming tiger did not say anything else. Instead, it used its actions to prove its thoughts. Its two tiger claws gathered 10% of its strength and clawed towards Hua Qianzhong.
The two claw marks looked as if they were going to tear the sky apart, and the intense flames emitted a sizzling sound.
Hua Qianzhong revealed a slightly guilty expression.
"Since that's the case, then you can stay here forever to accompany your young master."
Hua Qianzhong's palms started to change, and a fiery space pressed down on the earth-flaming tiger. The earth-flaming tiger did not allow itself to be slaughtered by Hua Qianzhong in its true form. It used its powerful physical strength to shatter that space.
However, this move was only a feint. His killing move was yet to come.
Hua Qianzhong closed in on the earth-flaming tiger and sent out a flaming palm.
Bang bang!
Hua Qianzhong's flaming palm seemed to be everywhere, dazzling everyone's eyes. The earth-flaming tiger's huge body was forced to retreat step by step.
It was like a little animal that was being abused, and it did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate.
Finally, Hua Qianzhong smashed the earth-flaming tiger onto the ground.
He flew up high and shouted, "Senior brothers, help me suppress this tiger for me."
After shouting, his hands continuously formed hand seals. The other saints did not dare to be negligent, and powerful spatial energy pressed down on the earth-flaming tiger. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 7:18. Under the suppression of the 5 saint-level masters, no matter how much the earth-flaming tiger struggled, it was still smashed to the ground, unable to move. It suffered another round of attacks from Hua Qianzhong, but fortunately, Hua Qianzhong did not want its life, allowing it to live. It roared unwillingly, and its eyes were filled with incomparable anger.
Hua Qianzhong sighed. "I'll suppress you for 100 years, then let you go."
"You despicable, cunning human. My clan's beast king will never let you go."
"Never."
The earth-flaming tiger roared. Now that something like this had happened, there was nothing it could do. It could only roar in indignation.
One of the saints gave a suggestion. "Junior brother, why don't we subdue it and make it the sect-guarding spirit beast of our medicine school?"
Hua Qianzhong immediately rejected. "No, this could be a guardian beast that brother demonic emperor subdued for martial nephew Ling. Now that martial nephew Ling is most likely dead, we can't do this anymore." Hua Qianzhong was already feeling extremely guilty. If they subdued the earth-flaming tiger, then they would be forsaking their old friendship. The 4 saints could hear Hua Qianzhong's firm stance, so they didn't force it. Hua Qianzhong then went outside and summoned Hua Tang.
Hua Tang respectfully asked, "What orders does old sect master have?"
"How many people know that Ling Shao came to medicine sect?" Hua Qianzhong asked.
Hua Tang shook his head. "I don't know, we'll have to ask Sun Zheng."
Hua Qianzhong frowned. "Who is Sun Zheng?" "Temporarily the medicine capital's city lord," Hua Tang replied.
"That's good.
Go and announce that Sun Zheng will return to the sect as an elder. Don't send an elder to guard the capital city. If anyone asks about Sun Zheng's whereabouts, just say that he's gone missing. Don't reveal anything about Ling Shao. Just say that you don't know anything. Do you understand?" Hua Qianzhong said solemnly.
Hua Tang's eyes twitched and he immediately bowed. "Yes, old sect master, I know what to do."
He suspected that something had happened to Ling Shao, but he didn't dare to ask. After all, an existence like the old sect master wasn't someone he could casually guess or question. 3 months was enough for a lot of things to be forgotten. Few people talked about Ling Shao becoming the champion of the elixir gathering anymore. People from all the clans had already left. The medicine capital was still operating as usual, and nothing major had happened. What was worth mentioning was that the alchemy capital's city lord had been replaced. This matter caused quite a bit of discussion. However, this matter quickly died down. After all, everyone thought that those were just some transfers from the upper echelons of the medicine sect. There was nothing new about it. The only ones who felt that something was amiss were Yi Yunfeng, Lu Kun, Li Shui, and her 2 disciples, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin.
Ling Yun had been Ling Shao for 3 months, and the sect master of the sect of the sect master of the sect.
They hadn't seen Ling Shao for 3 months, and their mood had become terrible. I can't wait any longer. I must find Xiao and bring him back, Bing Ruoshui said loudly in a domineering tone. Her delicate face became incomparably indifferent. She hadn't been together with Ling Xiao for a long time, and now that they were separated, she was worried that Ling Xiao had been framed by the medicine sect. Sister-in-law, I understand your feelings, but where are we going to find boss? Now that the city lord has changed, every time we go, they say that they don't know about this, and the original city lord's whereabouts are also unknown, but I believe that boss will definitely be fine. Boss is powerful, even an emperor stage expert can't do anything to him, and he has a super expert protecting him. I think he must be tied up by something, and can't come back to find us. Yi Yunfeng comforted. How could he not be anxious in his heart? However, they were facing a colossus like the medicine sect, so they definitely wouldn't die. Moreover, he also felt that Ling Xiao should be fine. With an 8th-step bodyguard by his side, who else could hurt his boss? But waiting like this isn't a solution, Li Shui said indifferently. Yao Qingmin also said loudly, it must have something to do with the medicine sect. That Hua Chen was beaten into a pig's head by the young master, so he might have found someone to deal with the young master. Yi Yunfeng frowned and looked at Lu Kun. Uncle Lu, do you have any good suggestions? Lu Kun was the strongest among them, and he was also the most experienced. Yi Yunfeng had his reasons for asking him this question.
Lu Kun pondered for a moment, then said, did the young master say anything before he left or before he left?
It happened too suddenly, and the boss didn't say anything to me, Yi Yunfeng said as he looked at Bing Ruoshui. Bing Ruoshui was Ling Xiao's woman, so could it be that Ling Xiao had said something to her before? Bing Ruoshui shook her head and said, he didn't say anything. She paused for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, right, I heard him say that after this matter is over, he will go meet up with a military advisor, but I don't know who this military advisor is. Military advisor? How could I forget about this? I know what to do next. Yi Yunfeng thought for a moment and exclaimed. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Yunfeng, and Bing Ruoshui asked, Yunfeng, do you know who the military advisor is? Yes, I know. Now that the boss isn't here, we will go find the military advisor. The sisters-in-law are also with the military advisor and Uncle Bao. I wonder how they are doing, Yi Yunfeng said excitedly.
He paused for a moment, then said, I will tell Elder Xing that if the boss returns, tell him that we went to find the military advisor.
He will definitely come to find us. Moreover, the sisters-in-law all have the boss's jade tube of life, so they will definitely know if something happened to the boss. After hearing Yi Yunfeng's words, everyone looked at each other and nodded. They could all be considered Ling Xiao's people, and Yi Yunfeng was Ling Xiao's little brother. They knew that Ling Xiao had already made arrangements, so they naturally did not hesitate to support Yi Yunfeng's suggestion. After everyone had made their decision, Yi Yunfeng found Gu Longxing and told him about his departure. He also asked him to wait for Ling Xiao to return and help him convey their whereabouts. Thus, Yi Yunfeng led everyone and left the medicine sect unwillingly. They knew that Ling Xiao's disappearance was definitely related to the medicine sect, but they could not pose any danger to the medicine sect at the moment, so they could only meet up with the others and come up with a long-term plan. Hell City was also known as the City of Death and the City of Madness. The mortality rate in this city was too high. Moreover, it was the city closest to the Death Mountain Range, which was also where the name of the city came from. The Death Mountain Range was the strangest and most terrifying mountain range in the central region. At the same time, it was also a forbidden area for life in the central region. Even the mighty emperors did not dare to go too deep into it. Those martial artists who were not afraid of death entered the depths and never came out again, so everyone in the central region called it the Death Mountain Range. However, there were many heavenly treasures in the vast area outside the Death Mountain Range. This was also a place where many mercenary groups gathered, and it was also a place where the disciples of the Black Demon Sect often trained because the Death Mountain Range and the Black Demon Sect's territory were close neighbors. The Black Demon Sect had wanted to claim the Hell City as their territory. Unfortunately, the people who had been stationed in the Hell City had died inexplicably within a period of 1 to 3 years. The Black Demon Sect had also sent peerless powerhouses to inspect the city. Unfortunately, they hadn't found anything strange in the city. Therefore, the Black Demon Sect had given up on sending people to guard the city. Nowadays, Hell City was a place where mercenary groups and some evil people often stayed. No one dared to stay here for long, and they would soon leave. They were also afraid of dying inexplicably here. A year and a half ago, a group of attention-grabbing people came to this city, which had the highest death rate and had the highest number of fights. This was because there were 3 beautiful women among this group of people. They were the kind of peerless beauties that could not be found in 10,000 people. They were women that could make any man drool at the sight of them. None of the men in the city were good people. They lived by licking knives all year round. Boorish men like them naturally coveted these 3 beautiful women.
However, the mercenaries, roving bandits, and villains who tried to lay their hands on the 3 beautiful women were all killed by the guards. After that, no one dared to be presumptuous towards the 3 beautiful women. When they saw the 3 women, they would bow and greet them. "Madam City Lord." This was because they knew that the 3 women had men, and their men were the legendary City Lord that outsiders had never seen. They only knew that the City Lord's surname was Ling, and they did not know anything else. This made them full of curiosity towards this mysterious City Lord. They really could not think of anyone who dared to stay in Hell City for a long time. They all laughed coldly in their hearts. This City Lord was probably a short-lived person. They all felt pity for the 3 beautiful women. The City Lord's mansion of Hell City was an ancient building built against a mountain. It was majestic and magnificent, not inferior to the City Lord's mansion of any of the major factions. From afar, it looked mysterious and old, as if it had existed for countless years. It turned out that this ominous place already had some life. The sound of many people talking could be heard in the main hall. In the main hall, there were a total of 3 men and 3 women. There was an old man, 2 young men, and 3 beautiful women. The seat at the head of the table was empty. No one was sitting there, as if they were waiting for the City Lord to take his seat. Military advisor, the Imperial Roll Tournament has already ended for more than half a year. Why hasn't he returned yet? A Taoist nun wearing a Taoist robe with an extremely plump figure asked the white-clothed young man opposite her. Beside the Taoist nun, a beautiful, delicate and pitiful woman also asked, "That's right, military advisor, why hasn't young master returned yet?" Sitting in front of the 2 women was a noble woman dressed in a different race's attire. She only stared at the white-clothed young man. Although she did not say anything, her eyes were filled with doubt. The white-clothed young man lightly waved his white paper fan and said with a faint smile, "This is the reason why I gathered everyone here. I received the latest news from the young master." "Hurry up and say it," the 3 women said in unison. Chapter 719. The 6 people in the Hell City's City Lord's mansion were, of course, Ling Zhao's 3 women, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Bai Yushi, while the other 3 were Xianyao, Savage Leopard, and Mad Tooth. Previously, Kai Bai Yu, Bai Yushi, and Xianyao had all participated in the Imperial ranking competition. However, they had been eliminated during the small competition, while Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng had successfully advanced. Thus, Ling Xiao and Xianyao had first discussed with each other, allowing Xianyao to first choose the territory to establish his power, and then let them go over to take care of everything. They would meet up after the Imperial ranking competition was over. Xianyao had long since confirmed that Ling Zhao's starting point would be the Hell City. All the mysteries of Hell City could be difficult for others, but Xianyao felt that it wouldn't be difficult for them, much less for Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao was the new generation's holy emperor, the master that Xianyao had assisted. Therefore, Xianyao and the others had appeared here long ago. They had also occupied the City Lord's mansion a step ahead of time and started to understand everything about Hell City, searching for the source of the inexplicable death here. As long as the source of this death was not found, this prefecture would never become a truly lively city. At most, it would only be a passing station for mercenaries and passers-by. Now that they had the help of an expert like Mad Tooth, they had already found some clues. They only needed to wait for Ling Zhao's return to solve this problem. However, it had been more than half a year since the end of the Imperial ranking competition, but Ling Xiao still hadn't come looking for them. When Xianyao mentioned the news of Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Bai Yushi naturally wanted to know. They had been separated for more than a year, and they were also very worried. Xianyao lightly waved his white fan and said, "There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Let's hear the bad news first," the 3 girls said in unison, their faces filled with worry. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, Young master has obtained the honor of being the first emperor.
You should all know this news. Everyone nodded and looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to continue. I've only recently received news that young master actually snatched the golden dragon spear from the hands of a Gu family disciple in the chaotic abyss of war. It said that he even killed a Gu family disciple. The Gu family has issued an Gu kill order, and they're preparing to have everyone in the central region kill young master, Xianxia said faintly. The imperial list struggle has always been a bloody path. Anyone who wants to seize the first imperial throne has to have a bit of killing intent. The Gu family's people are just unlucky to have met Xiao Chen. How can the Gu family's people be so shameless? They actually want to take revenge. If this is the case, who would dare to participate in the imperial list struggle in the future? Kai Xiaoyu said angrily. Bai Yushi chimed in from the side. They're too much. Young master usually doesn't cause trouble.
It must be those people from the Gu family who offended young master, which is why young master was forced to resist.
No matter what, Bai Yushi would always stand on her young master's side. In her heart, her young master was the best person. How could her young master kill people so casually? Xianxia said, any power will usually protect their own. What can we do to them? What's more, the golden dragon spear is said to be the Gu family's sacred weapon, and it was taken away by young master. How could they not go crazy? At this time, Savage Leopard agreed from the side. People from large powers are the most protective. Young master's actions are undoubtedly slapping the Gu family's face. It's reasonable for them to issue the Gu kill order, but I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to take young master's life. Savage Leopard had followed Ling Xiao for the longest time and knew that Ling Xiao had many trump cards. It wouldn't be easy for others to take his life unless an emperor stage powerhouse made a move. Xianxia replied, that's right, young master's life is tough. He's fine for the time being, but he's brought us a huge surprise. What surprise?
The three girls asked impatiently. He actually represented the Alchemy clan to participate in the Alchemy Alliance's alchemy competition, and he won first place and became a grade 7 alchemist. His current strength is already the same as sister-in-law Yun's, a mid-level heavenly venerable.
Xianxia said excitedly. How is this possible? Mad Tooth, who hadn't spoken until now, said with a slightly incredulous expression. When they separated from Ling Xiao was only a mid-level earthly emperor. Mad Tooth was already surprised that he was able to enter the top 10 of the minor competition. Mad Tooth had wanted to persuade Savage Leopard to leave Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao was too weak and wasn't worth following. Later on, he stayed, and Ling Xiao only needed him to follow him for 10 years before returning him his freedom. He didn't think too much about it. He had always planned to leave with Savage Leopard when the time was up. With his strength, even if he couldn't move unhindered in the central region, he could still become a giant or a hidden expert. Who would dare to cause trouble for him?
But Savage Leopard had been bitterly persuading Mad Tooth not to be impulsive, and only by following the young master could he go further.
He had never believed these words before, but now he somewhat believed them.
To be able to obtain the title of First Emperor at the age of 30 with the identity of a mid-level earthly emperor had already made him feel that he had a whole new level of respect for him. However, in the blink of an eye, he had actually advanced from mid-level earthly emperor to mid-level heavenly venerable.
This strength was soaring like a rocket. Not only that, but he had also gone to the medicine capital to participate in the pill competition and won first place, becoming a tier 7 alchemist. This really shocked him to the core. With Ling Xiao's identity, he had already become a distinguished guest of all the forces. At this rate of development, it was only a matter of time before Ling Xiao became an emperor or a saint. At that time, he might even become a saint alchemist and be watched by everyone. If that really happened, would he, a saint, still have any value in the eyes of others?
To young master, nothing is impossible.
Bai Yushi was the first to say firmly.
Savage Leopard also nodded his head and said, young master is already a tier 6 alchemist.
Now that his strength has increased, becoming a tier 7 alchemist is within expectations. Did Xiao not come back because he went to participate in this pill competition? Feng Xianyun asked indifferently. Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. This pill competition ended 3 months ago.
I believe it won't be long before young master returns.
Hearing this, the three women's expressions clearly became joyful. Kai Xiayue even held Feng Xianyun's hand and said, "Little sister Yun, this is great. Xiao has returned." Feng Xianyun nodded, her face already filled with anticipation, and Bai Yushi, who was at the side, could not hide her joy. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Yi Yunfeng, Gu Jiaojiao, Lu Kun, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, and the others had finally arrived at Hell City. Currently, there was no special transmission array in Hell City. They had arrived at the nearest city after grinding bricks in the medicine capital before rushing here at full speed. "Is this the Hell City? Why does it look so dilapidated?" Yao Qingmin said in disbelief as she wrinkled her nose when she saw the Hell City from afar. The Hell City had been fighting all year round, and killing people for their goods was not uncommon. Therefore, the surrounding defensive walls were also damaged, and it looked like a city that had been plundered. It looked so dilapidated. Hell City is also known as the City of Death. There are mercenaries or roving bandits stationed here all year round, and fights happen from time to time. It's normal for it to decline, but I don't know why young master chose to start his business here. The previous city lords here all very short-lived, Lu Kun said with a frown. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao chose to establish his power here. He heard from Yi Yunfeng that it should be the suggestion of that military advisor, and he couldn't help but suspect the intentions of that military advisor. However, he didn't come into contact with that military advisor, so he didn't dare to be sure of his thoughts. He could only pay more attention in his heart. That's right, why did young Master Ling choose this place? Li Shui also opened her mouth and asked doubtfully. She had long heard of the fierce reputation of the Hell City, and her heart was filled with deep confusion. Yi Yunfeng replied, "The military advisor has already told us about this place. Boss didn't want to come here at first, but in the end, he chose to believe in the military advisor's words because the military advisor's words are very accurate. He believes that boss will definitely be able to solve the problem here, and we all believe that boss will be able to do it." When Yi Yunfeng said this, there was even a hint of worship on his face. Before the Imperial Rankings tournament, the military advisor had said that he would have a fortuitous encounter in the Imperial Rankings tournament that could solve the hidden dangers of the Yi family's spirit ascension art. In the end, it really came true, so he had a lot of trust in the military advisor. Everyone didn't say anything more and directly walked into the city. When they walked in front of the city gate, two burly men who were sleeping on the ground jumped up and said with disdain, "If you want to enter the city, you have to pay the entrance fee first." After they finished speaking, they looked at Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, and Gu Jiaojiao. "What a beautiful girl. Boss, we've struck it rich." One of the men with a scar on his face licked his lips and exclaimed. The other bald man rubbed his bald head and said with a smile, "Not bad, not inferior to the three city lords' wives. We're lucky today." Yi Yunfeng and the others all frowned, their eyes revealing disgust towards the two of them. Yao Qingmin couldn't help but scold, "You two ugly freaks, why don't you piss and look at yourself? You dare to have any ideas about this lady? Even if you die, you won't know how to write it. Hee hee, smelly girl, although I am a little ugly, I will definitely make you feel good when I fuck you. The four of you can stay, the men can scram." The knife-scarred man touched his chin and said narcissistically, "You're courting death." Yi Yunfeng frowned, his body moving towards the two of them, and two golden fists smashed towards them. "You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit." A fierce glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes. A sawtooth broadsword instantly appeared in his hand, and a saber light blasted towards Yi Yunfeng. Previously, the scarred man seemed to only have the strength of a peak Earth Emperor, but now that he had broken through, he had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable. These two had also hidden their strength well. Yi Yunfeng was also shocked by his opponent's sudden increase in strength. However, he was also a combat emperor who had killed his way through the Imperial List tournament. Furthermore, he had obtained a secret technique that could increase his combat strength by 5 times. His full strength was unleashed. The fist and the saber collided, and an intense explosion sounded. Chapter 720. The knife-scarred man and the bald man were both roving bandits. They had the strength of a mid-level Empyrean and could be considered a tyrant in the vicinity of Hell City. They had only arrived in Hell City in the past year. The two of them knew that there were many people coming and going in Hell City. Relying on their strength, they chased away the original mercenaries guarding the gate and stationed themselves here to collect the entrance fee. The entrance fee they collected was not fair. If they did not pay, they would take it by force. If they met someone stronger, they would automatically give way and not offend them. Moreover, the people stationed in the city lord's mansion did not care about them. This allowed them to reap a bountiful harvest this year and did not encounter any major trouble. Now that they had encountered these beautiful women entering the city, their lustful hearts were stirred. They wanted to snatch these women and have a good time. However, they did not know that this time, they were going to kick a steel plate. Although Yi Yunfeng was a newly advanced low-level heavenly venerables, his combat strength had increased by 5 times. When he fought with the knife-scarred man, the two of them were evenly matched. They both retreated more than 10 steps. You have some strength, but you are still far from being able to enter the city. The knife-scarred man had been fighting all year round and his cultivation was extremely strong. Moreover, he was a level higher than Yi Yunfeng, so it was impossible for him to have stage fright. Yunfeng, step back. Let me slap these 2 bandits to death. Lu Kun took a step forward and said faintly, Uncle Lu, you can hold the line. Watch me kill him. Yi Yunfeng was extremely belligerent. He rejected Lu Kun's help and a golden spear appeared in his hand. He charged towards the knife-scarred man. The bald man had originally wanted to attack the others, but the step that Lu Kun had taken just now made him feel quite pressured. He realized that he could not see through Lu Kun's cultivation, which could only prove that the other party was much stronger than them. He was hesitating whether he should let them go. If they really stepped on the steel plate, they would lose their lives. Leave this to me, Li Shui said indifferently. The silver sword in her hand trembled and countless ice flowers shot towards the bald man. The bald man's expression jumped. He only felt an aura that was much stronger than him rush towards him. That absolute zero aura made him feel extremely cold and uncomfortable. Without thinking, he immediately retreated and shouted at the same time, Elder sister, please have mercy, we will let you in. He already knew that the strength of this beautiful woman in front of him was definitely above his, so he had no choice but to immediately beg for mercy. Too late. Li Shui was also not a kind-hearted person. She was able to endure for so many years by herself, so her personality and methods were definitely not benevolent. The world of ice enveloped the bald man, and the small square world that the bald man was about to derive was immediately crushed by the pressure. The gap between one realm was still very large. If one wasn't a combat genius, it would be very difficult for them to fight above their realm. Boom boom boom. Li Shui was suppressing the bald man, forcing him into a difficult situation. He could only use his full strength to defend. Looking at how strenuous he was, it wouldn't be long before he was killed by Li Shui. On the other side, the knife-scarred man was fighting with Yi Yunfeng. When he felt his brother's danger on the other side, he also began to panic. This is bad. I've encountered a troublesome opponent. The intense sounds of battle alarmed some of the experts in Hell City. They all flew up and watched from afar. These 2 fellows finally have a taste of their own medicine. They've earned quite a bit this year, and now they're even going to pay with their lives. Haha, how refreshing. Isn't that so? If it was the city lord's people, the 2 of them would have died long ago. It's a pity that they seem to be living in seclusion and not caring about worldly affairs. I really don't know what they're trying to do. There are a few top-grade girls over there, and they don't seem to be any weaker than the 3 in the city lord's mansion. I really don't know if these girls ate the wrong medicine. Why are they all coming to this notorious place? The bald man was slashed by Li Shui, and his entire body was sent flying far away. Fresh blood spurted out, and his body trembled non-stop. It was obvious that he had been invaded by Li Shui's cold qi. Li Shui once again pressed forward, and her long sword immediately pierced towards the bald man's limbs. The bald man was shocked. He gritted his teeth and immediately rolled to the side. At the same time he wailed, You can't kill me. Otherwise, the city lord's men will definitely not let you off. Li Shui didn't care too much about it. Her graceful figure continued to flash, and silver swords filled the sky. In the end, she chopped off the bald man's head. A pool of blood was splattered all over the ground, looking incomparably sinister and disgusting. On the other side, Yi Yunfeng and the knife-scarred man were originally fighting to a draw. However, when the knife-scarred man sensed that his companion's aura had disappeared, he no longer had any intention to continue fighting. He forcefully pushed Yi Yunfeng away, turned around, and was about to escape into the distance. "You want to escape? It's not that easy." Yi Yunfeng chased after him, vowing to kill the knife-scarred man. However, if the knife-scarred man really wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Fortunately, Lu Kun was quick to react. In a flash, he appeared above the knife-scarred man. He coldly shouted, "Get down!" He struck out with a green palm, directly smashing the knife-scarred man into the ground. Bang! The ground was smashed into a large pit, and a cloud of dust flew into the air. Yi Yunfeng raised his spear and rushed towards the pit. Lu Kun blocked in front of him and said, "Don't kill him for now. We can understand the situation from him." Yi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Uncle Lu is right. I will interrogate him." The knife-scarred man was brought out. He only had half a life left. With a pleading expression he said, "Please, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong, I was blind, please let me go. I can let you go as long as you answer a few of my questions honestly." Yi Yunfeng wrapped his palm around the knife-scarred man's face and said coldly, You ask as long as I know I will tell you everything I know." The knife-scarred man acted as if he was grasping at straws of life. "In Hell City, have you seen a group of 3 men and 3 women stationed here? An old man, 2 young men, and 3 extremely beautiful women?" Yi Yunfeng asked. 3 men and 3 women? I've never seen it before." The knife-scarred man thought for a moment and replied. Yi Yunfeng kicked him angrily and said, "Think about it carefully, they came here more than a year ago." I think. The knife-scarred man was afraid of death, so he immediately tried his best to recall, then he said, "I'm not too sure about the 3 men and 3 women you mentioned, we only arrived here a year ago, but I heard that there are 3 fairy-like women living in the city lord's mansion. They arrived more than a year ago, I don't know if they are the people you are looking for." Yi Yunfeng was overjoyed and immediately asked, "How are they dressed?" The knife-scarred man hurriedly replied, "I'm not too sure either. I've never seen them before." Yi Yunfeng wanted to use force again, but Gu Jiaojiao stopped him and said, "Yunfeng, we won't be able to get anything out of him. Let him take us to see, maybe it's sister-in-law and the others." Yi Yunfeng thought for a moment, then grabbed the knife-scarred man and said, "Take us to the city lord's mansion." It's better not to. The people from the city lord's mansion are very powerful." The knife-scarred man replied in fear. He knew that the people from the city lord's mansion did not allow strangers to approach. Anyone who tried to approach them would die. "If you say one more word, I'll let you die immediately," Yi Yunfeng said fiercely. The knife-scarred man was helpless. He could only brace himself and lead the way. He prayed in his heart, "I hope they fight. At that time, I can take the opportunity to escape." 2 hours later, the knife-scarred man brought Yi Yunfeng and the others to the city lord's mansion. He pointed to the majestic building and said, That's the city lord's mansion. They live here." Yi Yunfeng grabbed his neck and gestured to the people behind him to stop. He first brought the knife-scarred man and flew towards the city lord's mansion. "No. The people from the city lord's mansion are very powerful, and there are even emperor stage experts. Please let me go," the knife-scarred man begged. Yi Yunfeng ignored him and continued to fly forward. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the city lord's mansion? Are you tired of living?" A loud and boorish voice rang out, and a tall and mighty man flew out from a corner. This man had a beard on his face, and he was tall and mighty. His muscles were domineering, and blue veins appeared on his arms like snakes. He held a 1,000-pound hammer in his hand as he coldly stared at Yi Yunfeng and the knife-scarred man. Yi Yunfeng stopped and said to the man, "May I ask if military advisor Xianxia is here?" "Who are you? You actually dare to call the military advisor by his name. Are you tired of living? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame this old bull for not being able to deal with you." The muscular man swung his hammer and said faintly. This person's name was Niu Demeng, and he had the strength of a high-level Empyrean. He cultivated the earth attribute and was born with divine strength. Compared to his opponents of the same level, he had more physical strength. Yi Yunfeng took a step back and said, I am the military advisor's brother. Please report to the military advisor that Yi Yunfeng has come to find you. Yi Yunfeng was overjoyed.
He could already confirm that the military advisor and his sister-in-law were in the city lord's mansion.
Don't try to lie to me. If you don't leave, I will kill you all. Niu Demeng roared. From the looks of it, he was about to attack. Daniu stepped down. He is my brother, Yi Yunfeng. A gentle voice came from behind. Xianxia, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, flew out of the city lord's mansion. Military advisor. I finally see you, Yi Yunfeng said in surprise. Xianxia nodded his head and smiled. Yunfeng, I trust you've been well since we last met. I knew that you would be here soon and wanted to inform Demeng about this. I didn't expect you to come first. All right, where is the young master? Yi Yunfeng threw the knife-scarred man to the side and then said to Xianxia, It's a long story. Please wait for a moment. I will go and bring the other sister-in-law and Uncle Lu here first. Xianxia jumped in the air and waved the white paper fan in his hand. The fingers on his other hand moved a few times as he frowned and muttered. What happened? Something happened to the young master. Chapter 721. Xianxia welcomed Yi Yunfeng and the others into the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Inside the hall, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Bai Yushi, Evil Emperor, Mad Tooth, and the others were already waiting. When they saw Yi Yunfeng and the others, they immediately went out to welcome them. Feng Xianyun walked in front, and she was the first to see Yi Yunfeng. She was very happy in her heart, but when she saw that there was no one behind him, and the person she wanted to see was not there, her mood turned cold. Yunfeng greets sisters-in-law. Yi Yunfeng stepped forward and greeted Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Bai Yushi. Gu Jiaojiao, who was behind him, also greeted the women. Yi Yunfeng pointed at Gu Jiaojiao and said, She is sister-in-law Gu Jiaojiao. You should have met her during the Lanyang City Minor Competition. Feng Xianyun nodded and didn't say much. She then asked, Xiao, where is he? Kai Shiyue and Bai Yushi also looked at Yi Yunfeng, waiting for his answer. This boss he. Yi Yunfeng stuttered, not knowing where to start. Kai Shiyue couldn't help but shout. What happened to him? Quickly tell me. Let me say it. Gu Jiaojiao knew that Yi Yunfeng didn't know how to explain himself, so she stood up and explained for him. Gu Jiaojiao explained everything from how Ling Xiao won the Imperial List tournament to how he came to the Gu family, and how he helped the Gu family to go to the medicine capital to participate in the elixir gathering. Of course, she also explained the conflict between Ling Xiao and Hua Chen and how he was taken away by Sun Zhang. After listening, everyone became incomparably quiet, and even the strength of their breathing became much lighter. Feng Xianyun was Ling Zhao's official wife, and her status was the highest. Her eyes flashed with a fierce light as she said, Are you joking? Could it be that he was harmed by the medicine sect? Gu Jiaojiao replied, We are not sure about that, so we came to find you. We hope to find out whether the boss is dead or alive through the jade tube of life. Damned medicine sect, I'll flatten them one day. Kai Shiyue shouted fiercely. With a wave of the golden brush in her hand, a table and a chair immediately turned into powder. It could be seen how angry she was. Bai Yushi also murmured worriedly, Young master will definitely be fine. Just as Feng Xianyun was about to take out the jade tube of life, Xianyao had already said indifferently, Young master should be fine, but his condition might be a little off. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes focused on Xianyao. This is a tribulation that young master is destined to face. If he can survive it, he will soar into the sky. Therefore, there is no need to worry. Young master will definitely return in the near future. Xianyao said firmly. Yi Yunfeng chimed in. I also believe what you said. I think we should take out the jade tube of life and have a look. Bing Ruoshui said to Feng Xianyun timidly. She, who had always been indifferent to others, felt quite pressured when facing Feng Xianyun and Kai Xiaoyue. It was like a concubine seeing the main wife, giving her a very unnatural feeling. She was afraid that Feng Xianyun and the others wouldn't accept her existence, and Ling Xiao wasn't here. She really didn't know what to do. "You are." Feng Xianyun's gaze fell on Bing Ruoshui as she said indifferently. Needless to say, she had already guessed that these three women were definitely women that her husband had provoked. Although she was a little jealous in her heart, she wouldn't say anything to hurt or chase them away. She knew that Ling Xiao was a natural-born expert, so there would definitely be a lot of women by his side. Therefore, she was already mentally prepared. If she couldn't help Ling Xiao in big matters, then she would help him deal with all of his relationships with women one by one. Yi Yunfeng spoke very quickly and immediately said, "She is sister-in-law Bing Ruoshui." Gu Jiaojiao fiercely pinched Yi Yunfeng's waist and glared at him with her beautiful eyes, as if saying, "You talk too much." Yi Yunfeng realized that he was being inappropriate, so he laughed dryly and didn't say anything else. Bing Ruoshui was just about to answer when Yao Qingmin spoke up from the side. "She is young master's wife, Bing Ruoshui, and also this young lady's junior sister. I am young master's most outstanding and beautiful bed-warming maid." From the looks of it, she was helping Bing Ruoshui keep up appearances. She absolutely couldn't be suppressed by the main wife, or else she wouldn't have a good life in the future. Bing Ruoshui rolled her eyes at Yao Qingmin and then said to Feng Xianyun, "I am Zhao's senior sister from Purple Heaven sect. Later, I met him in the Central Territory and traveled together with him." Bing Ruoshui was puzzled. If senior sister Meng Qi was here, what kind of scene would it be? Zhao is really too much of a playboy. Feng Xianyun nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. She took out the jade tube of life that Ling Xiao had left for her from her space ring. This jade tube of life contained Ling Xiao's blood essence, and once Ling Xiao died, this jade tube of life would also become dim. Now that this jade tube of life was in front of everyone, their eyes were filled with confusion. Nearly a year had passed since Ling Xiao was sealed. Many people in the Central Territory were searching for his whereabouts because the Gu family's ancient killing orders had been issued and there was a huge bounty on his head. Who wouldn't be envious? But no one had found Ling Xiao's whereabouts. They only knew that Ling Xiao had last appeared in the medicine capital and then disappeared. Some people said that he had offended Hua Chen of Medicine Sect and was killed by them. Others said that Ling Xiao had gone into hiding to avoid the Gu family's ancient killing orders. Others said that he had caught the eye of the Pill Guild's supervising elder and had been accepted as his last disciple. Many rumors flew everywhere, but eventually, because of his disappearance, no one knew about it. Inside Medicine Sect, in the depths of a golden mountain range, there was an area several hundred meters wide that was covered in dense and mysterious spirit array patterns. Not far from this spirit array pattern, there was a giant tiger that was hundreds of meters wide lying on the ground. It had already lost its previous majestic appearance and had become extremely weak. It was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out and was no longer a threat. In a few different corners of this mountain range, there were a few figures that were hard to be seen by ordinary people standing guard at all times. They seemed to be preventing any abnormal movements under the spirit array pattern. No one knew that under this mountain range, within the seal of the spirit array pattern, Ling Xiao, who had once been the first sovereign and a famous figure of the Elixir Association, was currently in an abyss of suffering. Under the boundless sea of fire, a naked figure was sitting with his legs crossed. Not far from his head were 3 pearls of different colors that formed a triangle. They seemed to be entangled and chasing each other, but they also seemed to be devouring each other. It was somewhat strange. Beside this figure was a majestic fire-colored spirit beast. It had a dragon's head, deer's horns, a lion's body, and a ponytail. Judging from this, it was a fire-Qilin divine beast. In the middle of its head, there was a single horn that emitted rays of deep red flames. These flames were actually shooting towards the golden pearl among the 3 pearls. The naked figure slowly opened his lightning-like eyes. He lightly caressed the fire Qilin beside him and muttered, "Zizi, if it wasn't for you, boss would have died here. F***ck this damned golden serene flame, and that hypocritical martial uncle. I'm definitely not a short-lived person." Who else could this figure that let out an unresigned roar be other than Ling Xiao? Previously, he had helped Hua Qianzhong and the others to seal the golden serene flame pearl. Unexpectedly, the golden serene flame pearl resisted in the end and blocked his opportunity to escape. This caused him to be sealed here together with the spirit array. Even if he was sealed, he had the help of the blue demon fire pearl and the innate Een wind pearl. He wouldn't be devoured by the golden serene flame pearl in a short period of time. As long as Hua Qianzhong opened the seal, he could still escape with his life. Unfortunately, he had used the two pearls to resist the golden serene flame pearl for more than a month, but he still didn't find any signs of this space being unsealed. In the end, he finally recognized the truth. His uncle Master Ping Yi would not undo the seal. He was disappointed, he hated. What bullshit T martial uncle and martial nephew relationship? It turned out that it was just a casual title. In the end, his martial nephew wasn't as important as a pearl. He hated, he couldn't accept it. He must live on. In every desperate situation, Ling Xiao never gave up. He always believed that before he died, the stars of fortune would shine on him. Moreover, he still had the tree of immortality in his consciousness to protect his life. At the last moment, he let the prodigal out. The prodigal was a pure divine beast. Moreover, it was of the fire attribute. It might be of some help to the situation here. Moreover, in this desperate situation, if he died, the prodigal wouldn't be any better. He might as well give it a try. As expected, the prodigal became Ling Xiao's lucky star that reversed his fate once again. The tiny horn on his forehead could emit a unique flame. It could actually restrain the golden serene flame together with the blue demon flame and the connate cold wind pearl. Ling Xiao got some time to catch his breath and recover his mental energy. Then, he used his mental energy to attack the golden serene flame pearl. 4 different types of energy attacked the golden serene flame pearl at the same time. Finally, he gradually gained the upper hand. After almost a year of confrontation, the golden serene flame pearl had already lost its previous strong aura. Not only did the blue demon flame pearl not become dim due to the consumption of too much energy, it had also swallowed a large amount of the golden serene flame pearl's energy source in the last few days. It became much bigger than before. The prodigal was also a beneficiary. Making use of the space here and devouring the gold-splitting dark pearl's source, it directly advanced to the realm of a 7th-level spirit beast. Its single horn also became a little bigger, and its flame energy became even deeper red. Only the connate cold wind pearl was almost exhausted. It was originally an item of extreme Een. In this space of extreme Yang, it couldn't gain anything from fighting against the golden serene flame pearl. It became even dimmer. Ling Xiao was still at the same spot. However, his control over his mental energy had become much smoother. He felt that in his current state, it was a piece of cake for him to cast a high-level mental talisman. It's time to destroy it. Ling Xiao murmured as he stared at the golden serene flame pearl that had become weaker. Then, he used his consciousness to summon the connate cold wind pearl back. At this moment, he didn't need the connate cold wind pearl's help anymore. The golden bead seemed to have realized the danger. It shook continuously, looking extremely afraid. Devour it for me! Ling Xiao roared, his psychic power bursting forth at this moment. Chapter 722. For close to a year, Ling Xiao and the prodigal boy took turns to attack and rest. When Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was exhausted, the prodigal boy would cooperate with the 2 pearls to fight against the golden rend nether pearl. When Ling Xiao's spiritual energy recovered, he would let the prodigal boy recover his energy. Sometimes, he and the prodigal boy would attack together. Ling Xiao, the prodigal boy and the 2 pearls took turns to fight against the golden rend nether pearl. Its energy source was already at its weakest. After close to a year of fighting, Ling Xiao had had enough. He wanted to destroy this damned golden rend nether pearl. He originally only wanted to help the medicine sect seal it, and then take the opportunity to ask Hua Qianzhong for some compensation. He didn't expect that even he would fall here. Hua Qianzhong, in order to protect the golden rend nether pearl, disregarding his life and death, did not undo the seal. He was already extremely resentful. As such, he could only take down the golden rend nether pearl first, then think of a way to break the seal and leave. His spiritual energy was ready to be unleashed, transforming into a frighteningly huge blade energy. It cut through all distance and all obstructions, fiercely slashing the golden rend nether pearl. At the same time, the blue demon flame also received Ling Xiao's order, transforming into countless deep blue flames that swallowed the golden rend nether pearl. The prodigal boy's horn shot out deep red flames. The flames formed a spiral energy, blasting towards the golden rend nether pearl. This spiral flame seemed to contain an astonishing suction force. The golden rend nether pearl seemed to have sensed the danger, and recklessly charged towards the seal's shield. Bang bang! Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it was futile. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy blade slashed down, and cracks started to appear on the condensed golden pearl. The golden rend nether pearl was like a brainless fly, quickly flying around in this narrow space, trying to avoid the attack. I'll slash again. Ling Xiao roared again, raising his spiritual energy blade high up again, and an incomparably sharp aura smashed down again. The space here was very small, and Ling Xiao's spiritual energy had complete control over this place. In an instant, he could accurately find the location of the golden rend nether pearl, and the blade slashed down without any deviation. Boom boom boom. A powerful explosion rang out in the space, causing the surroundings to shake incessantly. The cracks on the dark gold splitting pearl became even more obvious, and its flying speed also became much slower. The demon's blue flames and the prodigal's crimson flames pounced over like hungry wolves. The two fire sources enveloped the golden rend dark pearl, and two types of strong devouring power started to tear the golden rend dark pearl's vital essence. At this time, Ling Xiao's face was already pale to the extreme. He continuously rolled on the ground and exhausted his mental energy. Finally, he heavily injured the weakened golden splitting dark pearl, creating an opportunity for the blue demon fire pearl and the prodigal. The rest would depend on whether they could really divide the golden rending dark pearl. Don't disappoint me, Ling Xiao murmured. He closed his eyes again and began to recover his mental power. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Ling Xiao had long since recovered his spirit. He saw that blue demon flames and the prodigal had already done their best, but the golden split serene pearl was still stubbornly resisting. He couldn't help but sigh at the power of the golden split serene pearl. Swoosh swoosh. Two sharp sounds rang out. Two different colored flames separated. One flew back into Ling Xiao's consciousness, while the other flew towards the prodigal's single horn. The golden serene pearl had actually disappeared. Did I succeed? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, revealing an incomparably joyful expression. As long as he got rid of the threat of the golden split serene pearl, he would be able to live, and he would also have the chance to leave this place alive. Haha. My martial uncle, you'll never think that your wish to leave the golden split serene pearl in the medicine sect has been crushed by me in the end. Since you won't let me out, then I'll break the seal myself and leave. Ling Xiao laughed very happily. It had been almost a year, and he finally revealed a happy smile. This smile was also filled with a strong desire for revenge. However, his smile froze before he could finish smiling. Oh no! Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He immediately sat down cross-legged and guarded his mind, as if he was preparing to deal with a huge crisis. Just as Ling Xiao sat down, layers of blue flames started to appear around his body, and these flames were surprisingly mixed with a lot of golden flames. On the other side, the prodigal was also experiencing the same situation. The dark flames around his body were also mixed with a lot of golden flames. It kept roaring, as if it was undergoing some kind of transformation. At this moment, it was the time for blue demon flames and the prodigal to receive the golden split serene pearl's energy essence. Ling Xiao also benefited from this, but at the same time, there was also a great danger. Although the golden split serene pearl's energy was split into two, the energy essence it contained was enough for the blue demon flames to improve by a lot. However, it was impossible for the blue demon flames to completely devour the golden split serene pearl's energy essence in one go, and the connate chilling wind pearl and the tree of immortality couldn't help much. Thus, it could only gift the energy that hadn't been digested in time to Ling Xiao's body. The energy of the golden split serene pearl was extremely domineering, and it was a flame of a higher grade than the blue demon flames. Once Ling Xiao was unable to refine it, then Ling Xiao would face the fate of being burned alive. The domineering and scorching golden flames rushed down from Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and Ling Xiao's meridians that were like waves of gold almost couldn't withstand the energy and burst apart. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already died in the blink of an eye. However, Ling Xiao's body was different from ordinary people. His meridians, acupuncture points, blood vessels, organs, bones, Not a single one of them hadn't gone through many rounds of marrow cleansing, tempering, and recasting. His meridian's toughness and capacity were many times stronger than ordinary people's. The violent energy wasn't able to take Ling Xiao's life at the first possible moment. Ling Xiao circulated his divine technique and started to absorb and refine the energy. At the same time, he used the energy to cleanse and temper his organs, bones, and body once again. The taste of Ling Xiao being roasted by the golden flames made him feel like he was going crazy. Fortunately, his toughness was similarly shocking, and he was actually able to forcefully endure it. The multicolored dantian below his abdomen was like a whirlpool in a river, and it ceaselessly swallowed the energy, causing the dantian to gradually become even more vast and boundless than before. The multicolored dantian flickered with specks of dazzling brilliance like the specks of stars in the sky, and it looked so tranquil, pure, beautiful and vast. While Ling Xiao was suffering the pain of being bitten by a myriad of ants, he was also enjoying the pleasure of his dantian being filled up. His aura started to rise, and it instantly soared from the intermediate-level Heavenly Exalt stage to the peak of intermediate-level Heavenly Exalt stage, and he was only a little bit away from breaking through to a higher level. However, there was an invisible barrier that obstructed his aura. This barrier was difficult for many martialists to cross, but it was just a small obstacle for the current Ling Xiao. With the destructive power of the golden flames, he broke through the barrier in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ling Xiao had achieved the strength of a high-level Heavenly Exalt. A high-level Heavenly Exalt who wasn't even 30 years old was definitely a rare existence in the central region. When he had come out of the chaotic abyss of war, he had only been at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. Now, he had crossed a whole level and 3 minor levels in just over a year. Even if he had consumed a heaven-defying pill, he wouldn't be able to advance so quickly. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's fortuitous encounters were really great. Of course, every fortuitous encounter had been exchanged with his life. Ordinary people really didn't have the fortune to enjoy such treatment. After becoming a high-level Heavenly Exalt, his aura clearly calmed down. In the end, he only managed to stabilize his realm and didn't advance to the intermediate-level Heavenly Exalt stage. At this time, the flames around Ling Xiao also began to gradually retract and were replaced by a 5-colored glazed halo that enveloped him, making him look especially sacred and serene. After half a day, Ling Xiao opened his eyes once again. His eyes were like divine light, and they looked very shocking. It was as if all secrets would be revealed when he stared at them. It feels so good. Ling Xiao stretched her waist and couldn't help but reveal a charming smile as she sighed. He looked at the wastrel beside him, who was still roaring non-stop, and showed a hint of gratitude. Zizai, go into the medicine cauldron and slowly refine the energy. This time, both of us have profited from our misfortune. Those old fogies from the medicine sect would never have thought that this would happen, haha. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. At the same time, he put the prodigal into the medicine cauldron and let it slowly refine the golden serene pearl's energy essence. As long as it could endure it, its strength would be much higher than his. After all, Ling Xiao had only obtained a little bit of the golden serene pearl's energy, while the prodigal and the demon blue fire pearl had each devoured half of it. The energy contained was self-evident. Now that the threat had been removed, it was time for him to think of a way to get out. Without the golden rending dark pearl here, this space became quiet. There were no flames or scorching sensations in the surroundings. There was only a pitch-black space without any signs of life, making people feel incomparably empty and lonely. If Ling Xiao was unable to break the seal here and stayed here for the rest of his life, he would probably go crazy even if he didn't die. This place was able to seal the golden serene pearl for tens of thousands of years. It's at least a rank 8 formation. The saint I'm looking for is sealed here. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to escape. How should I do it? Ling Xiao muttered as he looked around. He clearly knew that his situation was not too ideal. Only a top-notch saint or the Holy Emperor can break the seal. I've only just reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. What can I do here? Ling Xiao calmly pondered. To break this kind of sealing space formation, he needed absolute strength to break it directly. Otherwise, he could only destroy the formation's eyes from the outside and make the formation lose its effectiveness. Ling Xiao's own strength was definitely insufficient, so he could only rely on one method now. Perhaps this was the only way to completely destroy the seal. Chapter 723. Ling Xiao was relying on his divine artifact, the obsidian cauldron. This was a higher-grade artifact than the golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao had only used it for alchemy and storage, not as an offensive weapon. Now that he was in this desperate situation, he could only try using it. If it couldn't break through this barrier, he didn't know what to do. The obsidian cauldron returned to its original appearance from the space ring. Ling Xiao placed it on the ground, took a deep breath, and began to grip the walls of the cauldron with both hands.
Lowering his waist into a horse stance, his expression became extremely serious. His palms filled with powerful spiritual energy as he shouted, "Transform!"
When Ling Xiao poured his spiritual energy into the obsidian cauldron's original half-meter-tall appearance began to change. It instantly became the size of a house, and it was still growing. Soon, it became the size of a 3-story jade building. It looked extremely majestic, and the cauldron patterns around it exuded a strong sense of mystery, making people feel that it was incomparably old and simple. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and muttered, "Still not enough, make it bigger, bigger." Ling Xiao roared again and again, the spiritual energy in his body surging out of his dantian like a tide. His 2 powerful arms swelled up several times due to the powerful spiritual energy, blue veins popping out like snakes. As Ling Xiao poured his spiritual energy into the cauldron without reservation, the obsidian cauldron began to grow again. This space was already very narrow, and after the obsidian cauldron's continuous growth, it finally reached the barrier around it. The barrier's array veins began to tremble. However, Ling Xiao had already reached his limit and there was no way he could make it grow any bigger. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't think it would be so easy to break the barrier. Swallowing a few pills to restore his spiritual energy, Xianxia roared again, "Destroy for me!" Ling Xiao pushed the medicine cauldron, which was as big as a small hill, and smashed it against the barrier of the formation. Rumble! A series of rumbling sounds rang out in the space, and the space itself began to distort. Unfortunately, the runes were not destroyed. Ling Xiao was not discouraged. He once again gritted his teeth and continued to push the cauldron towards the array-patterned shield. Bang!
Again and again, and again and again, the formation pattern became more and more distorted, but there was no sign of it cracking.
Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been attacking, but he was so tired that he fell to the ground, panting non-stop. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at the array-patterned shielding light screen, revealing a look of despair. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Isn't it a legendary artifact? How come it can't even break the seal? What kind of broken divine artifact is this? Ling Xiao roared unwillingly. The obsidian cauldron was not an offensive divine artifact, but even so, its offensive power should be much stronger than any divine artifact. However, it couldn't break the seal here. How could Ling Xiao not be angry? The obsidian cauldron returned to its original size of half a meter. Ling Xiao grabbed it and smashed it to the side. Ling Xiao's whole body lay in the space, his eyes lifelessly staring at the pitch-black space as he took deep breaths. For the first time, he felt so helpless and powerless. He didn't know how to break this rank 8 great formation. At this moment, a shadow appeared above the cauldron. The cauldron's soul, Obsidian, appeared in front of Ling Xiao and said faintly, "Master, do you need my help?" Ling Xiao didn't want to see Obsidian's appearance, so he simply closed his eyes and didn't look at it.
Obsidian continued, "Master, do you want to get out from here?"
Ling Xiao instantly jumped up and exclaimed, "You have a way to get me out?"
Looking at his appearance, he looked at Obsidian expectantly as if he had caught a life-saving grass.
"I don't have a way," Obsidian replied. Ling Xiao fell to the ground again and decided to ignore this guy. This guy was simply reckless. Obsidian said again, "Master doesn't have enough strength to control the divine cauldron. You can't even use 1% of its power now, so naturally you can't break this place. If Master is strong enough, it's easy to destroy this place."
Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. F***ck your grandma.
If I was strong enough, would I still be sealed here? This guy really knows how to talk. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Ling Xiao's mind. He jumped up from the ground again and exclaimed, "I got it. I'm not strong enough, but there's someone strong enough. It's been more than a year. It should be almost digested." Ling Xiao muttered under his breath and then shouted, Xiaolong, come out for a moment, young master needs your help. As soon as his words fell, the blue dragon didn't immediately appear. When he was about to look inside the cauldron, a figure slowly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately became dumbfounded, and his mind became blank. Young master, are you looking for me? A sweet voice like a jade bead falling on a silver plate sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao just stared blankly at the figure in front of him as if he didn't hear it. This was a beautiful and flawless face. This was a head of soft and smooth blue hair like crystal. This was a body as delicate as jade, that full chest, that thin waist like a willow branch, that flat and smooth lower abdomen. Every part was captivating, making any man's blood boil and making them produce the most powerful desire. Ling Xiao looked at the naked beauty in front of him and swallowed his saliva. Your little dragon? The beauty in front of him nodded lightly and said, That's right, boss. I've swallowed the dragon pearl and entered the 8th order. I can transform into a human form, but this human form doesn't look very good. My body can already transform into a true dragon. Many thanks for young master's gift. The beauty turned around lightly in front of Ling Xiao, her brows slightly furrowed, looking like she didn't like her current appearance. Ling Xiao averted his eyes and silently muttered in his heart, See no evil. See no evil. Although he thought so in his heart, his eyes couldn't help but drift towards the beauty. He quickly took out a robe and threw it to the beauty, turning his head and said, Little dragon, put on your clothes first. In the future, when you appear in your human form, you absolutely can't let others see your naked body, do you understand? He cursed in his heart. Damn it, this young master is worse than a beast. If other men saw the blue Jiao dragon like this, they would probably pounce on it like a hungry wolf. However, Ling Xiao really endured it. After all, the blue Jiao dragon was a spirit beast. No, it was already a divine beast. Although it could transform into a human form, its essence still hadn't changed. Little Dragon Maiden didn't understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's words, but she still listened to Ling Xiao's instructions and put on the robe. At this time, Ling Xiao finally looked at Little Dragon Maiden. It said that beasts and humans are all different, but Little Dragon Maiden turned into such a beautiful woman. She really won this young master a lot of face. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Then he said to Little Dragon Maiden, Little Dragon, now that you're in human form, I'll call you Dragon Maiden from now on, what do you think? Little Dragon Maiden blinked her beautiful blue eyes and nodded obediently. Boss, you can call me whatever you want. Ling Xiao asked again, Dragon Maiden, have you finished refining the dragon pearl? Dragon Maiden shook her head and said, Not yet, the dragon pearl you gave me is at least at the peak of the 8th rank. I've only refined a third of it. It might take a few years to finish refining it. Ling Xiao asked worriedly, Then if I call you out now, it won't affect your refinement, right? Dragon Maiden replied, No, it has already fused with me, but it's still not enough to completely control it. Ling Xiao was relieved. If he summoned Dragon Maiden and she couldn't digest the dragon pearl's energy, he would feel extremely guilty. Then do me a favor, Ling Xiao said. Then he urged the cauldron to become bigger and said to Dragon Maiden, Use it to shatter the space here. The dragoness nodded and stretched out her soft, tender arm. Then she let out a soft yell. That small hill-like cauldron was easily pushed out by her. Boom! The loud sound was much more shocking than when Ling Xiao tried his best to smash it. The runes were also extremely distorted, as if they were about to break apart. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and said excitedly, Dragon Maiden, do your best. You must break this place. Dragon Maiden nodded her head, and the aura around her body began to surge. This time, she was serious. Boom! Once again, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Cracks finally appeared on the rune screen that was smashed by the cauldron, but it was not immediately destroyed. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's orders, Dragon Maiden once again pushed the cauldron out. Once, twice, thrice, bang. After dozens of wild smashes, the barrier finally began to crack and collapse. In the surroundings of the formation pattern outside, those Tier 8 beast cores were similarly jolted until they exploded. A series of earth-shattering explosions shook the mountain range, as if they were about to destroy the medicine sect space. The mountain range could not withstand the energy of so many Class 8 beast cores. It continued to sink, and the ground began to crack. It was as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing people to feel fear. Everyone in the medicine sect was shaken, and they all became incomparably panicked. Countless disciples flew high into the sky to see what was going on. Those elders who had reached the mystic the arch level all flew in that direction. What's going on? What's going on? Why is there such a powerful energy explosion? Look over there. Something happened to the Golden Crack mountain range. The mountain range seems to be collapsing. Could it be that the Golden Crack Pearl Seal has failed? But isn't there the old sect master and a few holy lords suppressing it? Maybe something has happened. The situation is not good this time. The 100-meter-tall giant tiger in the mountain range was hit by the energy explosion, and the seal on its body was also lifted at this moment. It was originally dejected and looked as if it was about to die, but it instantly became spirited.
Its eyes revealed a fierce glint as it opened its bloody mouth and sucked in all the golden flames that were surging out of the mountain range.
Its strength actually began to increase explosively at this moment. Chapter 724. The medicine sect was one of the 18 great powers in the central region, and it was one of the top few large sections. Logically speaking, if there weren't any enemies attacking, there wouldn't be any major changes. However, today, a huge change had occurred that shook the entire sect. The place where the Golden Rift Serene Pearl was sealed was destroyed by the explosion. It wasn't a small-scale collapse, but a completely destructive collapse, and a large part of the mountain range had been completely caved in from the explosion. The few saints who were overseeing the area immediately sensed the danger. However, it was already too late by the time they made a move. The might of the explosion of a dozen 8th-grade beast cores was enormous, and even the space around their medicine sect had started to shake. If they didn't stop the energy, not only would the mountain range collapse, their medicine sect would also be completely destroyed. Hua Qianzhong and the other 4 saints all flew up from their meditation, and streams of energy continuously sprayed out from their bodies. Layers of spatial energy overlapped around the mountain range, preventing the destruction from spreading. Finally, an unforeseen event isn't going to happen. Hua Qianzhong sighed inwardly. Suddenly, the Earth Flame Tiger that was sealed borrowed this powerful force to break the restriction, and absorb the remaining energy of the Golden Rift Dark Pearl in the mountain range cleanly. At this moment, it was actually going to break through the peak of 8th grade low level, and become a middle-level 8th grade spirit beast. One of the saints noticed the abnormality of the Earth Flame Tiger, and immediately cried out in alarm. "Junior brother, there seems to be something wrong with that tiger." Hua Qianzhong looked at the Earth Flame Tiger, and before he could say anything, another saint cried out in alarm. It's borrowing the energy of the mountain range to break through. Hurry up and stop it. If it's suddenly broken through, we'll be in trouble." After he shouted, he used all his strength to attack the Earth Flame Tiger. If the Earth Flame Tiger was allowed to grow stronger, even his junior brother Hua Qianzhong might not be able to suppress it, so he definitely couldn't let the Earth Flame Tiger advance. Unfortunately, before his attack could reach it, something seemed to have rushed out from the mountain range. An earth-shattering dragon roar soared into the sky. Dragon's Tenbin divine ability. Dragon Roar. The frightening sound wave seemed to be able to destroy everything. The rocks nearby were shaken into powder, and the air was trembling non-stop. The few saint-level experts were also caught off guard and were affected by the shockwave. Their eardrums were in pain and they had no choice but to retreat. As for the Medicine Gate's mystic thearchs who were flying over from afar, they fell from the sky one by one. They could not withstand the impact of the tsunami-like sound wave. A huge dark blue body appeared at the bottom of the collapsed mountain range. This was a true dragon, a genuine mythological beast.
Its body that was more than 100 meters long hovered high in the sky.
It looked so powerful and dazzling, giving people an incomparable sense of oppression. The true dragon was a supreme divine beast. Its aura was filled with a domineering and noble aura, which was not something any spiritual beast could compare to. A young man stood on top of this supreme true dragon's head. This young man was bare-chested, revealing his perfectly proportioned muscles. His handsome face could instantly kill any woman, and his arrogant attitude made people have the urge to submit to him. He was holding a golden dragon spear in his hand. He looked like a dragon rider, so mighty and dazzling. The Medicine Gate's disciples who were far away also saw this true dragon, and they were all stunned. A true dragon mythological beast. I'm not seeing things, am I? What happened in the Golden Crack Mountain Range? I heard that a rank 8 fierce flaming tiger was suppressed there. Why did a true dragon mythological beast appear now? Could it be some kind of exotic land? There's actually someone standing on the dragon's head. Could it be that someone attacked our medicine gate? The old sect master and the few old sacred masters are over there. They should be able to handle everything. Hua Chen, Hua Hao, and Hua Xiongming had all seen Ling Xiao before. They looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing on the true dragon's head, and their expressions became sluggish. Hua Chen even screamed, "Impossible! How could he have a true dragon mythological beast as a protective spiritual beast? This is absolutely impossible." A year ago, he was ruthlessly trampled down from his position as the leader of the Elixir Association by Ling Xiao, and the woman he liked actually chose Ling Xiao. This made him go crazy with jealousy, and he was even beaten up by Ling Xiao. He only had hatred for Ling Xiao in his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to trample him into the mud. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was invited by their Grand Elder Hua Tang to join the Medicine Gate, which caused all of his plans to fail. Now, Ling Xiao had reappeared, and he was actually riding on a true dragon mythological beast. This made him even more jealous. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. Hua Hao and Hua Xiongming did not believe it either, but the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. However, they also did not know why Ling Xiao appeared here. "Junior sister, this Ling Xiao is really a dragon among men." Hua Hao sighed at Hua Xiongming. Hua Xiongming nodded her head, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of worship.
The worship in her heart was not only in terms of battle strength, but also in terms of alchemy and tenbin. All of this had convinced her. However, she knew that with such a strange man in front of her, could she be worthy of him? Hua Qianzhong and the few saint-level experts stared blankly at the man and dragon. Their 10,000 years of calmness could no longer remain calm at this moment. How could they have known that Ling Xiao wasn't dead? He was even stronger than he was in the past, and he had mysteriously appeared with a rank 8 true dragon. No matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what had happened under the seal. Where did the dark golden splitting pearl go? Could it be that it was really subdued by Ling Xiao? At this moment, the earth-flaming tiger's aura was continuously rising, and that powerful flame light was continuously emitted, and terrifying flames shot out in all directions. Roar! A tiger's roar soared into the sky. Although it was not as frightening as the dragon's roar, it was still incomparably shocking. The earth-flaming tiger's body suddenly grew a bit larger, and its red fur became even more glossy and sleek. The king character on its forehead seemed abnormally overbearing. "Damned humans, your time of death has come." The earth-flaming tiger stared fixedly at the 5 people from the medicine sect and said in a loud and clear voice. As the Beast King's loyal bodyguard and the prince's personal guard, it had actually been suppressed for a year, and His Highness' life and death were unknown. It had long since sworn that as long as it could get out, it would definitely eat all of these humans. Just as the earth-flaming tiger was about to pounce on Hua Qianzhong and the others, Ling Xiao, who was standing on the dragon's head, said indifferently, "Earth-flaming tiger, don't be anxious. I will let you vent to your heart's content later." Ling Xiao said indifferently as his torch-like gaze swept across Hua Qianzhong and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on Hua Qianzhong and his face carried a tinge of savagery as he said, "Martial uncle, you didn't expect this, right?" Hua Qianzhong wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. His heart was filled with a deep sense of helplessness. Was the current situation still something he could control? A saint beside him smiled and said, "Little child, us old fellows are very happy that you were able to break the seal. This way we don't have to feel too guilty, but our sect's golden rend bead, please hand it over." Ha, ha ha. Ling Xiao laughed. His laughter was very loud and very unrestrained. He didn't think that this old man would actually have the face to ask him to hand over the golden rend bead. Let's not talk about whether or not the golden rend bead was destroyed. Just based on these words, Ling Xiao felt that this old man was really too shameless. Could it be that he doesn't remember who gave the golden rend bead to their medicine sect? Could it be that he doesn't remember who helped them seal the golden rend bead and fell into a predicament? Now that he broke the seal, he actually still had the cheek to be concerned about the whereabouts of the golden rend bead. This guy's shamelessness was invincible.
Ling Xiao laughed at himself for being too naive back then to actually believe Hua Qianzhong's words. He should have kept the golden rend bead back then. However, even if he had kept the golden rend bead, the outcome might have been the same. The other party only cared about the golden rend bead and not him. If he had made that choice back then, he would probably have fallen here long ago. If it was a year ago, he would not be able to do anything to the medicine sect. But the current him was no longer afraid of the medicine sect. When he came out, he originally wanted to give the medicine sect a show of strength and then escape calmly. He didn't expect that the Earth Flame Tiger did not leave and actually broke through at the crucial moment. This simply gave him a huge surprise. A low-level Tier 8 True Dragon Divine Beast and a middle-level Tier 8 Earth Flame Tiger. With such a lineup, what was there for Ling Xiao to be afraid of? Moreover, even though the Dragon Lady had low-level Tier 8 strength, she was a divine beast. With the valiant fighting 10 bin of dragons, even a middle-level Tier 8 Spirit Beast might not be her match. One dragon and one tiger joining hands, it was also time to give the medicine sect a headache. What are you laughing at? The golden rend bead is definitely on you. Hand it over, and we'll let you leave. That saint frowned and shouted lightly. Ling Xiao stopped laughing, and what replaced it was a disdainful and arrogant look as he shouted, "You old thing, you actually have the face to ask this young master for the golden rend bead. Don't you know that this young master almost died in the seal? When I was sealed, did you guys ever think of letting me out? Now that I've broken the seal, you actually have the nerve to ask me for the golden rend bead. Can you be any more shameless? Old thing. You. How can you say that, you little bastard? Could it be that you want to take the golden rend bead for yourself? If that's the case, this old man might have to make you stay." That saint was so angry that his beard flew straight up. If it wasn't for that true dragon protecting Ling Xiao, it was likely that he would have immediately swatted Ling Xiao to death. The expressions of the other few people from the medicine sect also became ugly. They knew that Ling Xiao had grievances, but they didn't expect that Ling Xiao would explode in front of them. This was simply looking down on and humiliating them. Ling Xiao swept a disdainful glance at them and shouted loudly, "The golden rend bead no longer exists. Even if it's still here, it won't belong to you." "All right, my dear martial uncle, you shouldn't have any objections about the golden rend bead being gone, right?" Chapter 725. Facing Ling Zhao's sarcastic words, Hua Qianzhong's expression didn't change at all, but his heart was already filled with regret. He couldn't help but think back to a few years ago when his big brother, the demonic emperor, came to find him and said a few words. "Ling Xiao is my only disciple, and I feel that he will surpass me in the future. If not for the limited time, I will definitely nurture him into the strongest person in the central region. Qianzhong, I'm going back to the heaven region. Help me look after that kid. I know he's a restless person, so if those old fellows want to deal with him, you must stand by his side. All right, that kid is also an alchemist, and his rank isn't low either. Since you won't be able to use the golden rift pearl, if he needs it one day, I will help him. Consider it as Big Brother asking for your help. I believe that he will become famous in the central region in the near future and become the next person to enter the heaven region. My demonic emperor's disciple is definitely the most outstanding. Big Brother, you're right. Your disciple is indeed the most outstanding." Hua Qianzhong sighed faintly in his heart. However, this still didn't change his identity as the old sect master of the medicine sect. Everything he did was still for the benefit of the sect, even if this person was his big brother's disciple. Subsequently, he said indifferently to Ling Xiao, "Martial uncle has wronged you in this matter, but you should still hand over the dark gold rift pearl. After all, your master has already given it to me all those years ago, and it can be considered as an item of our medicine sect. You can be at ease. I will compensate you in other aspects, medicinal pills, profound skills, spirit weapons. You can choose all of these." The corners of Ling Zhao's lips curled into a devilish smile as he said lightly, "I've already said that the dark golden crack pearl no longer exists. How can I hand it over? Could it be that you want to kill me?" He could now clearly see through Hua Qianzhong's thoughts, and the little bit of old thoughts in his heart no longer existed. "Martial nephew, do you really think that with their help, you can leave this place?" Hua Qianzhong asked. "I think it's possible. We can also get some justice for ourselves, Ling Xiao said firmly.
Hua Qianzhong wanted to say something, but the saint beside him said impatiently, "Junior brother, this brat won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Let's just leave him here. He still has many secrets on him." Another saint agreed, "That's right, we can use the other 2 heavenly jewels to make up for it." Before Ling Xiao was sealed, he had used 2 heaven jewels to fight against the dark golden split pearl. These medicine gate elders had long been envious. Perhaps in the central region, they were already the top existences, and there was no way for them to go any further. However, who didn't want their juniors to become stronger? It would be great if they could one day surpass the spiritual martial pavilion. If the medicine sect could obtain 2 more heavenly jewels, it would undoubtedly increase their foundation. Now that this saint had said that, it was just an excuse to snatch Ling Xiao's heavenly jewels. Haha, if you want my heavenly jewels, then come. It just so happens that I also want to vent this year's worth of resentment. Earth Flame Tiger, let me see how strong you are now. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more words and directly ordered the Earth Flame Tiger to attack. Today, when he left the medicine sect, he would definitely make the medicine sect pay a huge price to vent the hatred in his heart. When the Earth Flame Tiger heard Ling Xiao's words, it roared loudly, and its huge body pounced towards Hua Qianzhong. "Damn human, the humiliation you gave me, this tiger grandpa will return it to you double." Its body was like a volcano, with intense flames, as if it wanted to burn Hua Qianzhong to death. With its strength, it was slightly weaker than Hua Qianzhong, but it wasn't too far off. Furthermore, as a combat-type spirit beast, it was stronger than a human of the same level. It was confident that it could swallow this human alive. Hua Qianzhong was as calm as still water. He spread out both his palms, and huge palms like mountains slapped towards the Earth Flame Tiger. His strength was at the peak of the intermediate-level Saint Realm, and he was only a step away from becoming a high-level Saint Realm expert. He wasn't afraid of the current Earth Flame Tiger, and the only thing he was worried about was the 8th-ranked True Dragon. His 4 senior brothers might not be able to resist it. The Earth Flame Tiger directly ignored Hua Qianzhong's attack, allowing the huge palms to fall. Its front claws fiercely clawed towards Hua Qianzhong, and a few terrifying claw marks tore through the sky. Hua Qianzhong's expression was incomparably doubtful. He had underestimated the Earth Flame Tiger's strength. It was no longer like a year ago, when he could easily capture it. Now the Earth Flame Tiger's speed and strength had exploded by more than 10 times, and that thick killing intent caused him to have no choice but to go all out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful sounds of battle rang out, and the space around them started to collapse. "Little bastard, do you think that just because you have some strength, you can strut around in our medicine sect? Wait for this old man to kill you first." One of the saints took the opportunity to flash. His figure blurred, and he was already on top of the dragon's head. An invisible old palm grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too far away from the saint, and he couldn't sense the saint's arrival. Fortunately, the blue true dragon's reaction wasn't slow. It raised its head and bit towards the saint. The saint was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his attack and retreated. At the same time he cried out, "Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill this little bastard. When the time comes, we can also subdue this blue true dragon and make it our sect guardian spirit beast." The other 3 saints nodded and split up in different directions, intending to surround and kill the blue true dragon. Ling Xiao raised his golden dragon spear and said, "Dragon lady, let me see your battle prowess." "Boss, don't worry. Those old fellows won't be able to cause much trouble." The blue true dragon let out a young girl's bell-like voice. Immediately after, it raised its head and let out a long roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The few saints couldn't withstand the terrifying impact. This was the terrifying sound wave 10 been unique to dragons. The blue true dragon's body started to move. It seemed to have drilled into the void, and in the next moment, it appeared in another direction. Its dragon tail swept towards one of the saints like a pillar of the sky. The saint had just regained his senses when he was faced with such a terrifying attack. He hastily blocked it. Unfortunately, the dragon's tail smashed down like a dozen mountains, fiercely sweeping him far away. A mouthful of strong fresh water began to splatter across the sky. At the same time, the 3 saints couldn't care less about their companions' injuries.
Half-step saint artifact long swords appeared in their hands, and streaks of sword chi that tore through space surrounded the blue true dragon. However, the blue true dragon's speed could be described as traceless.
It directly avoided the sword chi that shot in all directions and floated above the heads of the three saints. It opened its mouth, and a curtain of dark waterfall rushed down like the waves of the sea.
This attack looked very ordinary, but its power was not even as terrifying as a tsunami. The three saints used their powerful defenses to block it. Their fire attributes seemed to have met its nemesis, and the flames around them were extinguished. They looked extremely miserable, and their bodies were sent flying far away. The blue true dragon took advantage of the time when they had not regained their senses to enter the void again.
In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of another saint.
Its dragon claws slapped down fiercely, and the space around it collapsed. The saint was so scared that he peed his pants. He actually disregarded his status and did a donkey roll to avoid the blue true dragon's fatal claw. On top of the blue true dragon's head, Ling Xiao looked at these miserable old fellows in enjoyment. He said faintly, "Don't you want my heavenly jewels? Why aren't you making a move? Are you old and useless? You don't dare to come and take it." He looked a little like a villain intoxicated by success, and he finally had a place to vent the resentment in his heart. The saints were angered to the point of vomiting blood by Ling Xiao's words. In these 10,000 years, who dared to say that they were old and useless? Perhaps Ling Xiao was the only one. Not far away, the elders and disciples of the Medicine Gate watched the dazzling battle, and all of them were incomparably shocked. Could it be that the beast race has come to attack? It seems like they're fighting with the old sect master and the others. I can't see clearly. Saints are already almighty beings who can use spatial energy to fight. If we can see clearly, then the saint elders and the others wouldn't be called saints. What's going on? In all these years, no one has dared to provoke our Medicine Gate. Could it be a grudge between the older generations? I think this might have something to do with the golden split nether pearl. Hua Qianzhong and the Earth Flame Tiger were evenly matched. Hua Qianzhong's strength was slightly higher, but the Earth Flame Tiger's physical body was powerful. In a clash of strength, neither side was able to gain an advantage. However, Hua Qianzhong had already sensed the danger his senior brothers were in. If this continued, he was afraid that his senior brothers would be killed. At that time, if the Blue True Dragon and the Earth Flame Tiger attacked him together, he was afraid that he would be in grave danger. Looks like I can only get serious. Hua Qianzhong muttered to himself, and a fiery spear appeared in his hand. The fiery image of a strange beast flashed within the spear, and a powerful aura was emitted. Intense flames began to surround the surroundings. This was a fire attribute sacred spear, and it was a sacred artifact that Hua Qianzhong relied on. With a sacred artifact in hand, the Earth Flame Tiger was prepared to suffer a calamity. Flame sea burning heaven stab. Hua Qianzhong shouted in shock, and countless figures burst out. Countless spear images swept towards the Earth Flame Tiger. The scorching tiger roared incessantly, its strong body dodging incessantly. Unfortunately, it was still pierced by a portion of the spear shadows. Bloody holes were left on its body, and stains of blood continuously flowed to and fro. When the Earth Flame Tiger saw blood, its ferocious nature was aroused. Its body directly pounced towards Hua Qianzhong, and its bloody mouth was about to swallow Hua Qianzhong. Hua Qianzhong was just about to stab the sacred spear towards the Earth Flame Tiger when he heard his senior brother's cry for help. "Junior brother, save me!" Helpless, he could only give up the opportunity to attack the Earth Flame Tiger. His body continuously flashed, and he rushed towards his senior brother who was about to be killed by the Blue True Dragon. Unfortunately, even though his speed was fast, he still couldn't catch up. The Blue True Dragon's giant claw had already ruthlessly smashed onto the head of a heavily injured saint. "Martial nephew Ling, stop." Hua Qianzhong's eyes widened as he cried out in shock. He really couldn't bear to see his senior brother die just like that. It must be known that every saint was the sect's cornerstone, and was the reason why they were able to remain in the top 3 of the 18 factions. The death of any saint was an immeasurable loss. Bang! Chapter 726. As long as the Holy Emperor doesn't make an appearance, a saint is invincible. This was a phrase that all the martial artists in the central region knew. In other words, a saint was the strongest martial artist in the central region. Every time a saint appeared, it would alarm the entire central region. However, no saint had been born today, but a saint's body had been blasted into pieces and he'd perished. Fortunately, his soul did not immediately dissipate. Originally, he might have had a chance to be reborn, but Ling Xiao did not intend to let him go just like that. He had been trapped for a year, and no matter what, he wanted to get some justice and vent the resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy continuously shot out, sucking in the saint's soul that was still in a state of shock. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Hua Qianzhong saw his senior brother's body being smashed and was completely enraged. He shouted loudly, and his hand blasted out a spatial world of spear shadows, surrounding Ling Xiao and the blue dragon in layers. Countless spear shadows with a strong aura pierced forward. The blue true dragon wasn't afraid at all. It opened its blood-red mouth and a crystal-clear pearl flashed out. Following the appearance of the pearl, a river appeared with the blue dragon as the center. It was like an ocean, and the river water flowed rapidly while the waves roared. That terrifying natural heavenly might completely disintegrated all of Hua Qianzhong's attacks, and the terrifying waves rolled towards Hua Qianzhong. The water beneath the mountain range seemed to be summoned as countless water pillars shot up from the ground. In just a moment, this place had become a real ocean, and the water was like a torrent, rushing towards the medicine sect's residence in the distance. Legend had it that a true dragon could cover the sky and cover the sun, and it could summon clouds and rain. However, legends were just legends, and not many people had seen such a scene. But now, the blue dragon had opened the eyes of the medicine sect's people. When the medicine sect's elders and disciples saw the surging water, they all became incomparably panicked. Some mystic the Arch-Realm elders immediately exclaimed, "Quick! Quickly set up a restriction to isolate the water, or else all the palaces will be submerged. Let's keep the spirit herbs in the medicine field first. We can't let them all be destroyed. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Could it be that even the old sect master and the others couldn't stop the enemy? The heavens really want our medicine academy to perish." The entire medicine sect was in a complete mess, and Hua Qianzhong was completely suppressed by the terrifying water energy of the true blue dragon's dragon pearl. Ling Xiao had already taken the opportunity to absorb the saint's soul force into his knowledge sea and refine it. The other three saints were extremely regretful. How could they have offended such a malefic existence? He was even more terrifying than the demonic emperor all those years ago. The earth-flaming tiger laughed heartily at the side and said, "Drown them, dragon princess, drown them all." To the earthly flaming tiger, although the blue true dragon wasn't its beast emperor, the blue true dragon supreme might still made the earthly flaming tiger feel incomparable reverence. Therefore, it had to address the blue true dragon as dragon princess. At the same time, the earthly flaming tiger pounced towards the other three saints. The three saints were already frightened out of their wits, and one of them couldn't help but shout, "Ling Xiao, hurry up and tell them to stop, or our medicine academy won't rest until you're dead." Ling Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to him. He was still quickly purifying the saint's soul, turning it into spiritual energy and digesting the soul's memories. Meanwhile, Hua Qianzhong was also doing his best to prepare for a counterattack, but he discovered that his sect was already suffering from a flood disaster. He had no choice but to leave the vicinity of the blue true dragon, and powerful spatial energy began to suppress the flood. Unfortunately, the blue true dragon chased after him like a shadow, and the dragon pearl had already been absorbed into its stomach. This was the power of the origin, and it couldn't maintain it for too long. Hua Qianzhong had no choice but to shout at Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, that's enough. Hurry up and tell them to stop. Our medicine academy admits defeat." Hua Qianzhong was filled with hatred. One wrong decision, and he lost the dark golden pearl, and even caused one of his senior brothers to perish. If this continued, the medicine academy's space would be completely destroyed. Only then did Hua Qianzhong realize that he had underestimated his big brother's foresight. This disciple of his was simply heaven-defying. With these two rank 8 spirit beasts, he could completely move unhindered in the central region. Ling Xiao took a light breath and said faintly, "Dragon Lady, Flaming Tiger, stop first. Wait for me to talk to my good martial uncle." The earthly flaming tiger gave up on the opportunity to kill the three saints, and retreated to Ling Xiao's side unwillingly. A dragon and a tiger under Ling Xiao made Ling Xiao look incomparably dazzling. He was like a high and mighty emperor, and people had to look up to him. The three saints retreated to Qianzhong's side in a sorry state, and the three of them looked at Ling Xiao with resentment, but they didn't say a word. They were afraid that if they angered Ling Xiao again, they would die here. Qianzhong said unwillingly to Ling Xiao, "I told you to leave, so leave." "Junior brother." The three saints behind Qianzhong exclaimed. Were they going to let Ling Xiao off just like that? Ling Xiao had taken the dark golden pearl, killed one of their martial brothers, and turned the medicine academy upside down. Were they going to let it go just like that? This was the medicine academy's first humiliation in tens of thousands of years. Ling Xiao sneered, "Martial uncle, you don't want the dark golden pearl anymore? You don't want to take revenge for your senior brother's death?" Qianzhong clenched his fists, and his old eyes emitted a look of unwillingness. He said indifferently, "Don't force me. Otherwise, even if you destroy the medicine academy, you will still fall here." Ling Xiao sneered, and didn't plan to provoke Qianzhong and the others anymore. He was really afraid that if these old fellows were afraid of burning jade, then he wouldn't have an easy time either. "Martial uncle, if you want me to leave, then I will definitely leave. It's just that Martial uncle still owes me something. I helped you seal the dark golden pearl, so shouldn't I settle the payment?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. "You're going too far. You even took the dark golden pearl, and you still have the nerve to ask for payment." One of the saints roared angrily. Mother Kerr, he had already taken such a big piece of land and killed their saint, and he still wants to ask for payment? How could he be so shameless? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, "That's a different matter. Moreover, I didn't take the dark golden pearl, it was only destroyed. Moreover, this was all caused by you guys. If you had unsealed me and let me out, then how could this have happened? You old things are just like curtains. You actually want to erect a chastity memorial, bah." That saint was so angry that he didn't know how to refute. Another saint said loudly, "In any case, if you want to leave, then leave. There's definitely no payment." Ling Xiao didn't say anything, and only had a playful expression as he waited for Qianzhong's reply. Qianzhong looked at that handsome face, and didn't know why he felt so loathsome, but he also felt so helpless. "Take it." Qianzhong finally compromised, and he threw a bunch of high-level spirit herbs towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao roughly glanced at these spirit herbs. Most of them were 6th level and above, and there were even quite a few 7th level spirit herbs. There were only a few 8th level spirit herbs, and there were only a few stalks. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, and directly stored all these spirit herbs. "Many thanks to Martial Uncle for the gift. And many thanks to the Saint Elders for your warm hospitality." Ling Xiao cupped his hands in a very pleased manner. He paused for a moment and then said, "Then Martial Nephew will leave now. Everyone, there's no need to send me off." After saying that, Ling Xiao patted the blue true dragon's head, and flew up into the sky. The earthen flaming tiger coldly snorted at Qianzhong and the others, and also followed. The Medicine Gate spatial barrier couldn't stop the blue true dragon and the earthen flaming tiger, and they directly passed through the void and disappeared in the sky above the Medicine Gate. "Damn it, this is really the shame of our Medicine Gate for tens of thousands of years." When Ling Xiao and the two beasts disappeared, one of the saints cursed angrily. "What can we do about it? The situation is stronger than the person. If that kid gets angry and destroys this place, it'll be even more difficult for us to accept. Poor junior brother Zhong. He fell just like that. Hurry up and see if his soul is still there. Hurry up and protect him, there's still hope for him to revive." Qianzhong shook his head and said, "There's not a trace of soul force left. Ling Xiao has the legendary soul race's secret attack, so it's possible that it's already been destroyed by Ling Xiao." What a hateful beast. The three saints wailed together, and their faces revealed grief and indignation. Qianzhong's heart was also filled with 100 emotions. If he had stood firm at that time, perhaps the situation would have been completely different, and their Medicine Gate would have gained another powerful ally. Now, he had suffered a double loss. "Tang, come over here." Hua Qianzhong faintly called out. A figure quickly rushed over from not far away. Greetings, old sect master. Hua Tang respectfully bowed to Hua Qianzhong. Pass down the order. No one is allowed to speak of today's matter to the outside world. If news of this spreads, those who spread it will be killed. Hua Qianzhong faintly said.
Hua Tang immediately replied, Yes, old sect master.
Hua Tang looked at the surrounding mountain range that had been turned into a vast ocean, and his heart was filled with shock. He didn't understand what happened after Ling Xiao came to their medicine gate. Now he had actually fallen out with the medicine gate, and with the help of 2 terrifying spirit beasts, he had defeated several saints and left so calmly. If news of this matter were to spread, not only would their medicine gate's reputation be swept away, their status would also plummet. Moreover, Ling Xiao would become a legendary figure that would shake the entire central region. The entire medicine gate had been given a death order, but in their hearts, they knew that their medicine gate had provoked an enormous enemy. Every one of them was shocked and panic-stricken, afraid that the terrifying enemy would make a comeback. If that happened, would their medicine gate still be able to live peacefully?
The little bit of arrogance in the hearts of the medicine gate's disciples had been completely shattered by this great calamity, and they had been living in the shadows of fear for a very long time. The man, the dragon, and the tiger had become the biggest demon in their hearts. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.